Welcome, friends, colleagues, and partners at the third forum Reopen Zakarpattia. Today, we are focusing on the discussions about Zakarpattia as a reliable rear of Ukraine in the conditions of the war in Russia, a military ground for European and European Atlantic integration and future recovery and modernization of Ukraine. Yesterday, we started our day with a speech by Alexandra Matveychuk, the head of the Center for Civil Liberties, today's Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Then, at our panel discussions, we were considering how Western Ukraine has become a reliable rear of Ukraine and how to do more for the integration of IDPs, business relocation, and the beginning of reconstruction. And what do we start this reconstruction with, and what the role of Western regions of Ukraine is in it. After that, Yevhen Libovitsky had a public dialogue on the West with the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, Olha Stefanishina. And the speakers also discussed the issue of economic diplomacy in the conditions of war, analyzing the messages from Warsaw, Budapest, Bratislava, Prague, and Kyiv. The forum is conducted for the third time, and over these years it has united ministers, deputies, MPs, including members of the European Parliament, and experts and journalists for the sake of a meaningful discussion of the place of Ukraine in Central Europe. Forum Reopen Zakarpattia is implemented by the NGO, the Institute for Central European Strategy, with the support of US aid. And this enables us to implement it following the principles of openness, objectiveness, and independence. The partners of today's forum are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Zakarpattia Military Administration, Zakarpattia Regional Council, and the National Platform for Sustainability and Cohesion. For security reasons and due to the martial law, this time the forum is held online. All the panels are broadcast live in Facebook and YouTube on the web pages of VIRUS and the Institute for Central European Strategy. Hence, the audience can watch their discussions both online and in the recording in two languages, Ukrainian and English. And each minute, we are expressing our gratitude to our armed forces of Ukraine for their dedicated fighting for the sake of our defense. So let's go over to our first panel discussion of today, which is entitled The Formula of Ukrainian Resilience During the War. The facilitator is Yevhen Libovitsky, an expert on long-term strategies. The speakers are Yulia Laputina, Minister of Veterans Affairs of Ukraine, Olena Bogdan, head of the State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience, Yulia Tyshenko, co-founder of the National Platform of Resilience and Cohesion, Vladimir Lupatsy, co-founder of the National Platform of Resilience and Cohesion, Petro Burkovsky, executive director of the Democratic Initiative Foundation, and Oleg Sarkyan, co-founder of the National Platform of Resilience and Cohesion.
Доброго ранку всім.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us. And today we're going to discuss the formula of Ukrainian resilience during the war. Ukraine has surprised the outsiders who were watching it from the outside because quite a number of Ukrainian institutions did not appear to be strong. And the part of the formula of resilience we used to have in our culture was not that much visible for those who were watching us from the outside. We're going to have an integrated view of who we are and what we are made of. And within this panel discussion, we will try to explain ourselves to us, to explain what we are. We have just an hour, so no introduction. Let me give the floor to the Minister of Veterans Affairs of Ukraine, Yulia Laputina. Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear participants of the forum, it's an important initiative, and as you know, the issue of resilience in the paradigm of our life has been there for many years, and many experts have conveyed the experiences from Europe to us. We have Resilience Ukraine project, which has been functioning for many years already, jointly with our Estonian partners. But the events happening now in our country show that soon We will have to teach the whole world what resilience is, because Ukraine, in the conditions it has got into, has shown the highest level of resilience thanks to the nature of our nation. Back in the Kievan Rus times, we had public gatherings, Vicha, and were solving the issues at the level of the nation. We won the wars, we solved different problems in that way, even in the times when our independence, freedom, and our values were threatened. We always had such public gatherings, and we had mass rallies, unlike our enemy, and we fight. We in that way we managed to fight the imposed authorities. So I think that this is the resilience that we have inside ourselves. Our key value is freedom, dignity, and when we speak about development of resilience, we may mention what we lack a little bit and what we are acquiring in the tough times of crisis. We are acquiring trust because there is no other way out. And resilience is pretty much based on trust of all the strata of the society, trust and responsibility. It's all about trust and responsibility as a citizen and as the authorities. And in peaceful times, we normally don't like the authorities. And the authorities are not focusing, are not applying a human-centered approach. So if we get rid of this, in the conditions of the full-scale invasion, if we develop trust, there will be public trust in institutional power, and this should be a bilateral process. We showed this at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. We started getting united at the level of communities to rebuff the enemy from different regions of our country, and we were not thinking whether these are volunteers or these are regular troops. We just went to the streets to gather agricultural farmers, representatives of the authorities, bankers, all got united and did this. So if we speak about resilience, I think that we will have forums like this throughout the world to teach other people what it's all about. And what has been added to our situation in the conditions of full-scale invasion? Social structure of the society has changed. We have now got a whole category, new category of people, servicemen, those mobilized conscripts, and those who are contract servicemen. A lot of civilians have joined the army. So for us to gain this resilience in the post-war period, after our victory, we need to work towards this strata of the society that is now the most important, because it's defending the country and rebuffing the enemy. And they are having the losses, and the civilians are losing their relatives. So this category needs to be deeply involved in the society. Both the state and the society should work towards this category of people, towards their integration into civilian life. And we, as the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, have developed a formula of victory. That is the formula of our defenders. When a person is in the army, in the social respect, like uniform, weaponry, and other things, are within the mandate of the military departments. But nobody has ever considered veterans policy as management of HR in the security and military field, because we have never been calculating, been thinking where the servicemen go after mobilization, military pensioners. These are healthy people aged 40, 50, and they can really make their contribution into the development of the country. So now our task is to give the tools to those people for them to become the warriors of recovery in the post-war period. And if they do become warriors of recovery, they will be employed, they will have education, new civilian education or retraining, and we will make calculations as to what kind of labor we need in every region, because we will need a lot of labor force for recovery. So this is a human-centered approach, because a person will get tools, education, rehabilitation, and retraining. And after that, this person will become an employed, competitive person in the labor market, and will bring a lot of good fruits to its community, to his or her community. And when these people become warriors of recovery, they will be developing their families as well, thus ensuring resilience of communities. So reintegration of military men is a long process of reaching resilience. We need to give the fishing rod to them. They should not be focused on benefits. They have been defending us. They are the active strata of the society, and they should remain an active strata of the society. But we also have to realize that the enemy will still be there, because we have an aggressive neighbor. So in case the threat is here again, this person may be able to fight for the country again in the front line. So this is a formula: defender, warrior of recovery, where the state is moderating the process and managing HR in the security and defense field. As far as Zakarpattia is concerned, let me mention that I've recently read the statistical data as to how many people live there and how many people have been relocated there, how many displaced persons are there. So according to informal data, this is almost 1/3, and according to official data, this was 154,000. Russia, in all its doctrines, mentioned back in the beginning of this millennium that dissemination of Pax Russica, Ruski Mir, can be achieved through dissemination of Russians, and that's what they did in Berlin. They have a lot of Russians living there, disseminating this Russian world. And you remember our formula, East and West together. So it has never been the case that East and West could really be together the way we now have, because so many people from Luhansk and Donetsk have moved to Zakarpattia. And this is all about cultural exchange, idea exchange, and it's all about unity and cohesion. People are employed there, they get integrated into local communities. And even though they go back, they will keep telling about Zakarpattia as about their temporary new motherland, which they gained because of the war. And they will bring in a lot of Zakarpattia elements of culture to their territory, which will be deoccupied and where they will keep living. So we have got a demographic shift at the level of human diplomacy, peer-to-peer diplomacy. This is a shift in the cultural capacity. This is all about exchange of ideas and traditions, and this is a very important step for the acquisition of resilience. It's war, it's a tragedy, but we need to use this chance. And while people are living together in the communities, host communities and IDPs, we need to hold joint projects, joint events, joint social projects. I think that this forum is really important. Thank you for having invited me. And I think that in the future, we should be getting ready to our victories through the integration of our servicemen into the social life of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we pose a question how the policy level looks like, what we should do for this resilience not to be a one-moment phenomenon that actually is present in people and is present only during critical moment. Mr. Vladimir, could you please tell us what you think about it? The priority of our platform is promoting this strategic approach used by the EU and NATO to all types of policies. And from this point of view, we have did a broad analysis and a number of interviews with various groups and communities, which actually gave those cases described by the entire world. we were trying to conceptualize and formulate the Ukrainian resilience formula. But at the beginning, I would like to provide the definition that this concept is based on three metaphors: resilience, adaptiveness, and ability to self-renewal. In British language, resilience is the ability to evaluate, prognose, and manage risks, and quickly restore after emergencies. From this point of view, Ukraine is demonstrating an integral approach to resilience at the level of practice. On the one hand, this is the issue of existential threat and NATO approach, self-defense, engaging society to defense, to protection of one's country. On the other hand, the question of the rear is the foundation for our military potential and management system resilience. To be brief, we have identified 5 key factors making the foundation of Ukrainian resilience formula. And what generates these factories? These factories are part of our political culture and response to existential threats that have been formed during the recent 30 years of political independence, and they are rooted in Ukrainian culture in general. So what are these factories? The first one is self-organization in all its manifestations. We see that after 2014, the traditional formula of self-organization, which was more about development of civil society and initiatives, we have produced a new dimension. This is the volunteer movement, relying on internal resources, internal support, and internal trust. And this is something that requires further development and institutional support. The second factor is self-defense. 3 Maidans: aggression in the east of Ukraine, occupation of the Crimea, gave this experience to Ukraine. And during this open war phase, now we also have the volunteer movement and volunteer battalions and territorial defense launched in 2021. So this was something that was effective. The third factor was related to social cohesion. What Ms. Yulia Laputina said is right. Resilience requires joint actions. Joint actions require mutual understanding and trust. Social cohesion means both vertical and horizontal cohesion. And at this forum in Zakarpattia, in different reports, we see that the situation is changing also regarding vertical cohesion. That is trust of the society to the authorities. And this was something that traditionally we didn't have in Ukraine. There was some very cautious approach to the authorities. The fourth factor is related to values. There is the very deep understanding and culture. There is understanding that internal freedom and human dignity are those red lines one cannot cross. This is something when we are talking about super-individual values prevailing over individual values. And this self-sacrifice we saw from Ukrainian soldiers are related to these deep-rooted existential values of the Ukrainians. And the fifth component, what we see as part of the defense, part of resilience, is based on the total creative approach. These are innovations. Ukraine demonstrates innovations in using the state-of-the-art weapons, information technologies during self-defense, self-organization, organization of state administration. Digitalization actually enabled us to continue providing key social services to the population of Ukraine. Summing up, I want to say that we have recognized international leadership. Now Ukraine has become a platform of practices and cases regarding resilience. What we need is institutionalization. That means that the national resilience strategy adopted by the presidential decree should get institutional mechanism, including action plan and coordination structure responsible for this action plan. Otherwise, these liberations, these positive things we have gained at such a high price, after the end of war, may disappear. And another point, it's necessary to form the national infrastructure of social innovations. So innovators should be identified, recognized, and given support. And we should scale up these innovations, because usually these innovations are local. They are applied at the local level, but they have the potential to cover the entire Ukrainian market. And finally, we have to explain to ourselves and to the world what is the secret behind Ukrainian resilience formula, and that Ukraine not only needs support, but also demonstrates the new model of revitalization of the social resilience, national resilience in this modern world of risks, threats, and global uncertainty. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Elena Bogdan. You have your own professional vision, and you take a look at identity issues, religious issues. They touch upon social capital. And this is something that is part of this invisible spectrum, which is probably not very much noticeable from the external level. When external experts look at us, they do not understand the essence of culture, they do not understand the issue of identity, they do not understand what makes Ukrainians, what makes us so much resilient. And another thing which is often not understood is that within Ukraine, we all the time have this opposition to Ukraine. So the integral part of our society are those who did not want to support Ukrainian independence. So how do you view these mix and all these challenges? Thank you very much. I think that with full-scale invasion, Ukraine has gone through the most serious ordeal and test, and it was actually demonstrating how different ethnic communities responded to the full-scale invasion. It was something phenomenal that happened, something that can inspire Ukraine and the entire world. We saw how during the first month there was a very consolidated reaction of different groups. Let's have a look at the ethnic composition of Ukraine. We saw in Zoom online with Ukrainian flags people who have very different ethnic identity. We saw people whose origin is from Israel and Palestine, Armenians and Azerbaijans. So here in Ukraine, people of various ethnic identities were protecting Ukraine. Even those people where there is very tense situation between the countries of origin. And these things should be noticed and should be recognized. I'll be open with you. We were very much worried about the fact whether the Russians would be able to use these ethnic divergences. And we were afraid that some communities might probably say, please save us, because we understand that Putin is saving people here, so to say. And we were afraid that some religious groups also would make such claims, but there were no cases like that. Within these ethnic identities, there were certain groups that were keeping silence. There were groups that were protecting Ukraine. And we saw that there were different responses of those who to some extent depend on the authoritarian regime and those who were in opposition to this. I do not want to name these particular ethnic communities, but we saw that this breakage line was actually going along the dependency on the totalitarian regimes and not on the ethnic lines. We see how Russia is mobilizing different ethnic groups into the army in order to attack Ukraine, and we see that people of the same ethnic origin join the Ukrainian armed forces to defend Ukraine. So we see the Chechen people fighting for Ukraine, and we see the Chechen people fighting against Ukraine. So we should not put the equal sign between the position and between the ethnic group. Talking about the point whether somebody in Ukraine does not support the independence of Ukraine, we know that the situation is more problematic among the elderly population. It should be stressed that the serious societal changes cannot be very easy and cannot be very quick in the conditions of freedom. The outlook cannot be changed drastically. People can be scared, intimidated, and harassed, but they won't be able to reject their outlook and their view of the world very easily. And here we have one more issue. People are watching Russian TV. Russian TV has a number of false narratives. People internalize these narratives and they are overwhelmed with different mythical stories, and we know how far these stories are from realities. So liberation of the information field is important. There is still this satellite TV, and people are watching Russian TV. At the same time, we have to develop resistance to these information channels. Now we live in the world where there may be manipulations on the part of different mass media. It can be done by totalitarian regimes. It can be done by the regimes with serious financial resources. And very often we see that the information is distributed without any verification. And it also poses a number of threats. Thank you.
Заговорили про власне.
If we started talking about data, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Petro Borkovsky. Democratic Initiative Foundation visit our forum every time, and they have lots of interesting data. So what do you see through the research prism? Thank you very much, Mr. Yevhen. Thank you very much for invitation. This is really the third year running that Mr. Dmytro Tuzhansky from the Institute of Central European Strategies inviting us to this forum. A couple of years ago, we presented data about Zakarpattia. This is one of our favorite regions for research for many reasons. This year, we have not managed to do it, but we are going to do it in future. The minister said that practically we have 30% growth of the population in Zakarpattia region. These people are IDPs and refugees, and I think that at the end of the year we'll be able to still do this research regarding Zakarpattia region. Today we are talking about unity, we are talking about resilience. So I would like to show very interesting findings of one of the research. I hope you see properly. In September August this year, we have conducted a very interesting and complicated research in Mykolaiv. This is the city that is that was under Russian pressure, that was besieged, that was shelled every day. And the question was for the population that stayed in the population, irrespective of everything. You see the results from the 24th August till the 14th of September. Do you believe that the armed forces of Ukraine will liberate Kherson in the nearest weeks? And they probably knew something because 62% said that they are inclined to say yes, 4% said yes, and the pessimists were in minority. What does it tell us? It tells us a lot about resilience and unity. Now people are united by this belief in our victory, and this faith, this belief is dominates over ethnic origin, over sex, over age, over religion. Our Western partners very often are interested in this gender dimension. Everything is fine here. All people believe in our victory. You see that the survey started before the offensive operation in the front, particularly in Kherson region, because it started on the 31st of August. And 1 week before, people already were noticing some changes. But people understood that there was a very big group of Russian troops there. But still, people in Mykolaiv were convinced that there would be our victory. Mykolaiv is one of the bases for the Ukrainian troops in the south of Ukraine. And we see that under pressure of Ukrainian forces, the Russians left the region. And people in Mykolaiv region and in the city of Mykolaiv were very supportive of this operation. There was another survey, and we asked people in Mykolaiv and in Zaporizhia, why you have stayed in the city, or why you haven't left the city. One of the reasons was because there were relatives who were not able to leave. And this is unity when you feel support of your colleagues, friends, and relatives. Despite the fact that you could die every minute under shelling, people were staying in the city because of their relatives. And the second reason, and these were 24% who said this, was that people were going to protect their own city. People stayed in the city in order to protect their native city and civilization. And the final slide from me is the most recent research. We have not made it public, so you see the findings of the research for the first time. The comparison in light green color. This is the national research conducted in February 2022, and the second deep blue is October. The question is approximately the same. What role do you see of the Ukrainian army and in its attempts to rebuff the Russian army? So what do we see? Apart from the fact that 5% said that they are already in the army, and the army means everything. The armed forces of Ukraine, the National Guard, the police, the territorial defense, the volunteer battalions, these were 5%. But at the same time, we see the increasing number of people who are ready to give their life for the liberation of Ukraine, either by joining the armed forces of Ukraine or joining the volunteer movement. So the figure is approximately the same, 22%. And also we have the growing figures of those from 25 to 30% of those people who will be able to provide non-military assistance, financial support, people who are going to become to donate blood, etc. These figures were made public to our Western partners. We have proved that despite all the threats of Russia, Ukrainian society is consolidated. It is going to fight for the liberation of all the territories. And it's not about the territories, it's about people who are waiting for this liberation. People are not going to leave to just leave people in those occupied territories unprotected. What do these findings tell us? We understand that the world is looking at Ukraine, and people see that people are united. People see that the Ukrainian people are the source of power, and power is strength. And this unity is the change in our consciousness. It started in 2014, and now it is finalizing itself. People really become the source of power, and they are not going to give this power to somebody. It is not possible to follow the old systems of management. People have this power in their hands, and they are not going to give it to anybody. Thank you. I would probably ask Ms. Yulia Tищенко to say a couple of words. We know Ms. Yulia Tищенко, who is trying to trace the situation in Ukraine and in the Crimea, and she's trying to see the changes. She's trying to see the transformations happening, first of all, on the surface and then coming to the surface. So what is your vision of resilience? Thank you very much for this context, and thank you very much for generally thinking about the topic, what makes us resilient? There was a phrase said that we surprised the world with the cases of our resilience, but I would like to say that probably we were surprised ourselves. Our society, our Ukrainian people really proved to be able to show such resilience and united actions. But definitely it is not accidental. We were discussing certain cultural prerequisites and historical ones, and this social resilience that we see, for example, in volunteer movement, in assisting IDPs, particularly, for example, in Western Ukraine, there are massive cases of this assistance. By the way, we are just only in the middle of this way, and it is a complicated one because we probably will be reviewing our integration strategies. There are some people who probably would stay in the territories they're staying now, and they won't come back to Lviv. So I think our way to this social resilience is related to the fact that for the recent 30 years, there were different tools under formation. I'm talking about tools and mechanism of interaction between communities, between people. And I'm talking about inter-community relationship and relationship between the communities and the state. We have been developing participatory democracy, but comparing our development with other countries of the post-Soviet space, though I don't like this word, we had our own trajectory and our own vision of this horizontal and vertical interaction. By the way, yesterday this idea was mentioned, particularly about the Zakarpattia region. So if we are talking about relationship between people and the state were of virtual character, they existed, but they were of virtual character. Now the war has changed it, and we see new development of this communication, taking into account even military administrations. There are certain trends that can be observed. Resilience is not a metaphor. Social resilience is not a metaphor either. We are talking about joint efforts of the communities, joint development of the participatory democracy, both at the local, regional, and national levels, with different institutions of power. And the guarantee of restoration and rebuilding Ukraine is that now power belongs to people. We wouldn't be able to get resilience if we do not take into account this social cohesion. Social cohesion is to some extent equal response to different ethnic communities to the Russian aggression. Well, that is interesting, but I think that during the recent 30 years, we managed to form a political nation. So it's not my ethnicity that defines my attitude, but my citizenship, my belonging to this all Ukrainian general community. It is probably self-evident fact, but very interesting one. And the Ukrainian practices of intersectoral interaction, cross-cultural communication were effective and were working here in Ukraine, but we have not always been aware of this fact. And as a result, they led to this effect of social cohesion, which is a part of social resilience. And this is something that we have to take into account into our future strategies. And our society has demonstrated very high level of adaptivity, both at the level of communities, at the level of different organizations, and at the level of intersectoral interaction. There were certain organizations that have never been involved into this or that activity, took on responsibility and were doing something not peculiar for them. So they just were streamlining their efforts into new areas for them. And I'm talking about these assistance provided to IDPs and refugees. So this adaptivity, this transformation of activities is also an interesting case that should be described in more details and probably should be developed. And we should also think how we can use it in future and how we can apply it to different situations, to different integration situations that may happen in our community. Different political regimes can be resilient, even authoritarian ones. But, and there is always this but, this is our added value, by the way. Resilience of totalitarian regimes requires lots of financial resources. And if these resources are available, these regimes, totalitarian regimes, will be resilient and stable. We do not have such financial resources, but our main resource is our society. This is the segment of our social resilience that is making our national resilience. And our main capital is our people, our human resources. And I think that both now and in future, we have to support our human capital. We have to support civil society organizations. We have to maintain intersectoral interaction and different social innovations. So we have to maintain and support these social institutions, which often, together with the state or even instead of the state, take on responsibility and implement a number of projects. Analyzing certain indicators, we often are talking about older generations, elderly people. In my opinion, elderly people now are those people who approximately 30 years ago were fighting for our independence. So these are people who at the beginning of 90s were 30, 40 years old. So we may have our stereotypes about the attitudes to the Russian invasion and to different processes in Ukraine, but we have to take into account the social transformations happening during these 30 years, including the transformations of the attitude of people, of their understanding themselves as part of the united Ukrainian community. Mr. Olexa Khan, I think that probably you could partially sum up our discussion, but definitely also add something and bring all this to the common denominator. Well, I'm not going to sum it up. It is your job as a moderator. Well, I first of all congratulate you on the good news we have from the east of Ukraine. And once again, this is the cohesion of our society. Russia thought that it is superpower, it has nuclear power, and very often at the international arena, such countries are considered to be superpowers. And now it has turned into Ukraine was named by Russia as a failed state. And Ukraine proved that it is not the case. We do not have nuclear power, but we have nuclear civil society. This is the society that can surprise, that can impress, that can bear all the challenges and overcome all the challenges faced by the state. This is a society inclined to self-organization. Therefore, under Ukrainian conditions, the formula of resilience we try to suggest, and I think that probably in December we'll be able to present the results of our research. This formula I'm talking about is not my own elaboration or the other analysts. This formula is something that can be uniting for the entire Ukraine. This is the honest look at ourselves. Ability to resilience, adaptivity, and restoration is not about ability in the Ukrainian situation, but readiness. Readiness to resistance, readiness to rebuilding. We are talking about self-organization and readiness of democracies to defend itself, a readiness to get together and cooperate, and readiness to develop and rebuild it. And this is something that Mr. Borrell, in his address to European diplomats, formulated as that now we have many black swans in the world, and we couldn't even imagine what might happen. And this happened in Ukraine. But Ukrainian society has shown that sustainable democracy is democracy where people are ready to defend this democracy. Under these conditions, we can write about our resilience. We can be proud of our resilience. And by the way, we try to harden the ethics of heroism. Even if the electric power stations are shelled, the electricians are heroes, the doctors are heroes. What is this phenomenon of heroism? Is when a person with his or her individual initiative does something that closes the gap where the system has failed. Yes, now we demonstrate phenomenal resilience. We see how the society was mobilized, the state institutions. We have shown our ability to get together and to defend ourselves. But now this is the marathon, not a sprint. And do we see, whether we see that all the marathon runners are at the start line? Do we see that the whole state organism is ready to cooperate and growth of democratic freedoms? People look at us and say, well, democratic participation probably is not very evident now. Well, we have to show that resilience is not about what is done, but about how it is done. New situations required new form of participation, new forms of interaction. And now people, external experts say you have less participatory democracy, there are less consultations. But we state here that it's for the first time that now we have such great dialogue with the authorities, national authorities. So there is this dissonance here, and we have to actually cover this dissonance by discussing what is the Ukrainian formula of resilience, because every society has its own formula, and we have to look at the challenges we face through the prisms of resilience. And if we do it, the speech of Mr. Borrell will be important for the external diplomats, but our Ukrainian diplomats will have ready-made answers, because they will be able to say, we believed in our society and we knew that we would never give in to Russia. For example, let's discuss what area territories are. One of the challenges we face now is that the territories are divided into three types: the occupied, pre-front territories, and rear territories. And this division has its own threats, but also has its own potential. Every territory, every area can make its own contribution to our victory. And now we see this strategic depth. For many decades, we have been hostages of some relative figures. Ukraine is a minor country because here is a major country, Russia. Here is the European Union. Population is big, but again, relatively big. But war has shown that 1 kilometer, 1,000 kilometers will be the same. If you have 1 million people or 40 million people, this is the stable figure. And you may be talking about strategic depth. You may go on the defensive or on the offensive because you have rear territories that will be performing the functions of the other territories. And the challenge here is that we have three different areas, three different logics, three different speeds, three different approaches that should be synchronized. And as a result, they should make this integral whole. And if we do it, we see how this cooperation that was shown at the individual level and self-organization at the horizontal level will become the new exoskeleton for the new institutional base. Therefore, when we are talking about institutionalization of resilience, it's about reflection of what we already have. This is new Ukraine. It is with us. We are part of this new Ukraine during, let's say, extra hours, but it should not be extra hours, but it should be within the working hours of the country, so to say. So Ukraine should be ready not only for resistance, for adaptation and cooperation, but also for developing this. And I support the issues about development of Ukraine, modernization of Ukraine, but not rebuilding Ukraine. All our consultations with the communities, starting with architects to human rights, starting with liberated communities to the communities from western parts of Ukraine, so they all say the same. Yes, it's war, yes, it's Russia, but we cannot come back to the life we have had till the 24th of February. We cannot have this reverse movement. And this is the credit we have now, and we have to use it for our victory. Well, I will probably voice the question which will be topical for the future panels and future discussions. We have outlined the framework, but there are certain things that have not become part of this framework. For example, we have not discussed what should be done with that part of the society that is still would like to have paternalistic agenda and would like to stay passive. What should be done with that minor population, but probably will be growing after the war, that still has anti-Ukrainian stance and position? What should be done with synchronization of those who have gone through all these changes and those who were staying not in Ukraine and are not part of this process? And I'm not talking about those who have left during the war, but I'm talking about the Ukrainian diasporas, people who left Ukraine before 2014. Also, there will be another acute question, and this is the question of migrants. Now we see that the demographic situation is such that the only decision we shall have on our agenda that we shall have to think not only increase of birth rate, but also attracting migrants to Ukraine. So we are talking about people who will come to Ukraine and become part of the Ukrainian nation. And the question is whether they will be synchronized with the mainstream of Ukrainian society. There are lots of questions. There are less answers. Thank you very much, dear panelists. This is a very interesting panel that also refers to the previous panel of our forum. And I think we shall meet in future here in Reopen Zakarpattia, and we shall discuss how we can develop ourselves, taking into account our condition and taking into account the role of Zakarpattia. Thank you. Thank you for this fantastic panel discussion. Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, dear moderators. And we invite you to join our next panel, which is called Transcarpathia as a New Home. This year it has another coloring, so to say. We shall discuss the best practices of integration of IDPs by unordinary people. I invite the moderator of this discussion, Katerina Irha, political scientist, and I invite our speakers, Inna Brihara, volunteer, member of the NGO Transcarpathian Association of Local Development, Katerina Terechova, restorator, volunteer, organizer of a shelter for 59 IDPs in Transcarpathia, Valeria Habor, head of the Board of Trustees, Charitable Foundation Strength of Uzhhorod, Andrian David, founder of the local youth hub Stibanka, and Natalia Kabatsi, director of the Committee for Medical Care in Transcarpathia.
Я вітаю аудиторію, вітаю аудиторію.
Good afternoon, dear participants, dear online viewers. We have very topical issues at this forum, and I think our participants are following our discussions. 262 days of war proved that Zakarpattia is capable and can become a home for people who are IDPs and people who go abroad. Usually the participants like statistics and figures, but I think that now what is important are not figures, but our responses to them. But some statistics for you. Officially, in Transcarpathia, we have more than 156,000 of IDPs. we understand that actually these are only those who are registered, but in real life, there are more such people. And these people make a significant percentage to the native population of Zakarpattia. And I think we know not only from mass media and from our personal experience lots of stories. We know that there are best practices that help integration of IDPs here in Zakarpattia. These are practices that have been implemented by the efforts of the civil society. And I would like to stress that under our area, integration is a broad notion, not a classical one. The first shelter, the first accommodation, the first food is also integration. And I would like to say, for example, that in 2014, I came to Uzhhorod from Luhansk region. I had just one bag with me, and my integration into local community started with Natalia Kabatsi, who was a symbol of this primary integration. And later she integrated me into active Zakarpattia. So I have already said that your experience of working with IDPs is not the new one. So please tell us about your experience. I do not want to use the word integration. I'm talking about human stories. This is my story, this is your story. These are the stories of many other people. We started working with internally displaced people as far back as 2014. And it happened when we understood that the Crimea will be taken from Ukraine. And our response was, what will happen? We already predicted the results of the referendum, and we decided to ask the community whether the community is ready for this. So we organized an event. The Crimea is Ukraine, and there were people speaking at this event representing different fields. And it was the first time when we encouraged all active people to host those people who will move from the Crimea to Zakarpattia. And to my surprise, for the first time, I saw the community from Uzhhorod who was ready for this. The result of this event was that we already had the first list of people who were ready to provide temporary accommodation to those people who would like to go from Crimea to Uzhhorod. So for me, integration is always the story of communities, of people, but of cohesion of people. Well, something we should speak about now is what is happening, how we perceive this idea of temporariness. Under conditions of war, something which was temporary in the past becomes something common, something everyday. And people who think that, well, this plan is for a couple of weeks, understand that this plan will be for several years. It's complicated, it's difficult. I know it from my own experience. Later, you change your understanding of the categories you were operating long before. Our integration was not only interpersonal integration. May I mention it? Probably I'll mention it myself. So this cooperation started with unilateral assistance, and you get it because you do not have any other resources. Then you understand that you have to move, you start doing something, and you start saving not yourself, but the institutions. And I'm actually working at the university, so please tell. this story. We decided to uh, say a story when Katya came with her friend. They are both candidates of political sciences. They have presented PhD in political sciences. The institute was localized from Severodonetsk. The department uh, is just falling apart. We do not have any students, and we were said that in case you do not find students, you will lose your job. And I've mentioned that this is the story about people. And at that time, the best idea was for us to enter uh, enter the university where my teacher was Katerina. This is our, so to say, our coming out. And I'm not always mentioning it, but owing to Katerina's efforts, I'm a master of political sciences. Well, we do have in Zakarpattia 3 master students whose diploma paper was on political sciences. They actually were quite innovative in writing their diploma papers. So this experience is also good. It's also good when you manage to save not separate people but institutions. For me, the first test regarding empathy was my experience at the railway station at the end of February. I think it has never seen so many people, even in 2014 or 15. They were volunteers of the charitable foundation, The Strength of Uzhhorod, and here we have the director of this charitable foundation, Valeria. Valeria, who were the members of your team? How you responded at that time to the challenges? Well, first of all, it happened so that during the first day of war, all people from Uzhhorod went to the block posts where they needed people. And me and my girls were just at the blog post. And then on the third or fourth day, we happened to be at the railway station, and I saw a huge number of people leaving the evacuation train who were at a loss, who didn't know what to do. So I gave a call to my girls and said, please go to the railway station. There were 4 of us. In 1 hour, there were plus 10 people. After our post in Facebook, plus 20 more. And 1 month after, there were about 200 volunteers in our team. These were local people from Uzhhorod. And there were lots of volunteers who actually were people arriving in those evacuation trees. We gave them food, we gave them accommodation, we gave them information. In 3 days, they came to us saying, we are going to help, we are going to do everything, cooking, assisting people. We do not want to stay at home. We want to be useful. We want to be useful for the IDPs coming on these trains. Well, the war is going on, but sometimes you may have the impression that for some people, at least in their heads, this war is over. But we know that the war is going on. So what are the current points on your agenda? So now we work with the so-called social packages. These are social packages given to the pensioners, people with disabilities, and mothers with kids. If a person is capable of working, a person will be given a job. We have a number of vacancies. We have a shelter at the railway station, and for example, the evacuation trains were arriving, and there were lots of kids who spent lots of time in bomb shelters. And we have organized a shelter, a mom and a kid, and people could stay there for a week, for a month, some stay even longer. We have organized a number of rehabilitation programs for such kids. Now we also have donors who buy cars abroad, bring them here, and then these cars are sent to the front line. So this is the third area of our activity. So you see different activities. I think that lots of people who arrived to Uzhhorod arrived here for the first time. Definitely, there were people for whom Uzhhorod was a transit space. They later went abroad. There are people who came to Uzhhorod and later went back home. There are people who stayed in the east at the beginning, came here, came back, and came back to Uzhhorod once again. And for example, there were people who went not only to Uzhhorod but also to Khust, for example. Inna Prehara is here. I know that your volunteer initiative is very dynamic and it is developing even now during our forum. And taking into account the topic of our panel, the question to you will be like that. How you understood that what is important for people is not only food and accommodation, but also integration into local communities. So what was your idea and how successful this idea is now? This is probably the most difficult question of this panel. I'm joking. Well, we have closed our restaurant that was successful, and we have opened a social canteen, which is free of charge. Everybody may come here. We do not change any documents. We do not require IDP certificate. So all people who need some food may come to us. And during the first weeks of war, we understood that these people require adaptation support, socialization support, integration. These people need more than just accommodation. They need new friends, new social circles. And our primary task at that time was to, and that may sound a bit rude, but it was to prevent social conflict. We were afraid that the local population would probably not accept these new people, would reject them. And a number of our initiatives were related to our cooperation with local people. Well, we have very conservative community as any village in the Zakarpattia region. Therefore, we were trying to engage people in different ways. There was this volunteer canteen. There were people who had to work in the warehouses and working with humanitarian aid. And when local authorities decided that it is necessary to start the teaching process and these IDPs had to leave kindergartens and schools, the question was where these people would go. Because, for example, they do not have enough money to rent houses. We helped these people to find free accommodation, and we started building shelter. It will be a free of charge accommodation where you could stay for 6 months. But it's not about integration. It's about basic needs, the roof over your head. What is about integration is our long-term project, so to say, and we call it 10 Family Project. This is the project that will have a number of components. Now we are trying to get funding for this. This is the project where we are going to help families to get accommodation, to start certain business activity, and find new friends. This is the project that is just an idea, or this is the project that is implemented, and the target audience already knows that they will have to do something. This is the project that is, so to say, live. We have been discussing it for a long time, And we have already first families with whom we are working without having so far any funding. For example, we have an IDP boy, Artem. He's from Severodonetsk. He came to us at the end of March. He has an elderly father. And now he is opening a grain facility, and he's starting to work with grain. In the past, he was working in the area of advertisement. So we try to help these people find new activities, understand what can be working for them, help them develop their ideas, establish contacts with fellow thinkers, suppliers, or vice versa, consumers. We support each other. We understand that we all have limited human resources. So I'm really happy that we have very various team members, different team members, and they may cover different aspects. And each member of our team is unique. We have different visions, we have different opportunities, we have different skills, and we try to work with the IDPs, and we try to develop their strengths, how they can be integrated, what new things they can do in our community. So I think that this need for integration actually appears when you understand this idea of temporariness. Somebody understands that, well, I have accommodation for tomorrow and today, and somebody understands that, well, I need accommodation in a couple of months. Definitely, some people will be satisfied with basic accommodation, with food being given to them, and they probably would not be willing to do something else. But from my own experience, I think Zakarpattia inspires you to change your activities, to change your area of expertise. I'm not only the example of integration. There are some other examples of people who managed to do something, who started working here and became volunteers here just because they were appreciative of the help and assistance being given to them. They understood that one may not only receive assistance but also give assistance. Well, you started with receiving assistance and now you give more. Well, you have become a member of our team. Now we have Facebook and Instagram. We have our own website. And we are often criticized for not being public, but we are very much grateful to you for actually doing this part of our activities. Coming back to personal stories. For example, I know your friend who is a highly qualified politologist, political scientist, but her hobby was bakery, and now she is probably turning her hobby into a full-time job. All my friends are ordering cakes from her. This is also a story about solidarity. There is another story, for example, my younger sister had a wedding, and at the background of all the photographers I know from Zakarpattia, I still invited Zhenya Kudryavtseva, because for me it was a new person in Zakarpattia, but I adore his photos. So we are talking about human factor, we are talking about community, we are talking about further development. It's also about integration and about interpersonal relationship. Well, the observation of this great war is that at our office of the committee, I remember pregnant women coming and getting some assistance, and now they come with their kids. And we see this integration of new generation. Unfortunately, we have this experience, but we have very successful cases. There is also a variant when this integration is implemented within the strategy Help Yourself. And it seems to me Katarina Terecheva was the most successful in doing this. She was a restorator from Kiev, but here he was a volunteer, and she helped herself, and not only herself. And this quick from her way from being an IDP and becoming a volunteer and helping others was very quick. Well, I have been volunteering since 2014, actually, and I was involved at the volunteer movement at that time. And, well, my integration of IDP here started in March, from the 8th of March. Since that time, the number of people I assist is 6,000 of women and orphans. Here I represent the private sector because the projects I implement are those projects that probably were supposed to be implemented by our government in peaceful times, but I took a decision that this is something I have to do, and this is something that was mentioned yesterday by Mustafa Nayem. During the most difficult times, one should do something he or she excels at. I excel at building something quickly and taking care of other people. My experience of event activity is about taking care of our guests, of our people. And this is something I'm doing here. So I have very typical managerial thinking. Therefore, I came here on the 8th of March. And on the 11th of March, I already got the first humanitarian aid in my warehouse. And now all the humanitarian aid I deal with are humanitarian packages from my friends, from my subscribers. And apart from these humanitarian warehouses where people can get humanitarian aid, I also have my humanitarian shelter. The shelter was built in the neglected primary school in the village of Berezynka. The shelter can host 60 people. Now we have 55 people. 22 people are teenagers and kids, and there are 7 elderly people. In my shelter, well, I have already heard that some other shelters set limits for staying. This can be 3 days, a week, or 2 weeks. So this is short-term staying. But I understand that lots of people actually do not have opportunities to go abroad, and they cannot come back home. And for me, it was impossible to set any limits. So in my shelter, people may stay as long as they keep to very simple rules. So they can stay for a month, for a year, for 3 months. But in my case, I have very successful example of cooperation with the local authorities. And what I have done was done very quickly with minimum bureaucracy, because yesterday actually it was one of the topics discussed. It's very difficult to integrate private sector into cooperation with the local authorities. I managed to do it, and I think that everybody who is willing to do it can do it. I'm open, I'm ready to share my experience, and I'm 100% sure that one can do it. And I will be really happy if the authorities have a look what I have done and continue doing it. In Zakarpattia, we have a great location with lots of buildings similar to that I have taken in that school. So you should not build something, you should not arrange the infrastructure, but you can repair what already exists. And as a result, you help a greater number of people and do it quicker. Now, this is the key point. We see how many people are arriving here right now because lots of our regions won't have any heating in winter, won't have water. And my shelter, I have already mentioned it, I started building it on the 1st of May, and on the 1st of July, I welcomed first 35 people. It's absolutely real, it's absolutely doable, and I'm ready to share my experience. I would like to ask you why you have chosen Zakarpattia. I was asked this question so many times in 2014 that I am ready to provide this answer. I didn't have any master plan. It was spontaneous decision. Well, it happened to be Zakarpattia. Why you have chosen Zakarpattia? Before the full-scale invasion, I visited Zakarpattia just once in my life. I was in Polyana in one of the sanatoriums, and I just wanted to have some relax after two large-scale projects. I didn't plan to leave Kyiv. On the 24th of February, I helped to the military men, to the orphanages, and I didn't plan to leave neither either Kyiv or Ukraine. And when the very military man asked me to leave, it was just spontaneous decision. We understood that it is necessary to go somewhere, preferably to the Carpathian Mountains, and we didn't know where to go. There were 6 cars, lots of people, lots of pets, and you understand it's quite complicated to find accommodation with pets. Well, I just happened to come to Mukachevo because after 2 days of traveling, I thought we were going to Hust because we had some agreement about the house. But you know how many stories there were with some deceits, with people who were not willing to welcome IDPs, people who were not willing to host people who were speaking Russian or having pets. So by chance, I happened to come to Mukachevo. But in March, when I got the first humanitarian cargo, I understood this is the place where I was going to stay. Comparing my experience of 2014 and, for example, 2022, I understand that in Zakarpattia we have lots of people who were not able, for example, to stay in the east or in the central part of Ukraine. In 2014, nobody was interested in the language you were speaking. The only point was to be able to pay for the accommodation. Now we face new challenges. Zakarpattia is really tolerating. Well, financial issue is really important. The prices now are getting high. I'm talking about rent prices and rent prices for IDPs and rent prices for people who were renting the flat before the war. And one person says, well, these are market conditions, and they are obvious. This is not attractive, definitely, but you have to accept it. I'm trying to always repeat myself that I'm living under market conditions, and I have to accept it. In 2014, people who came to Zakarpattia were people who wanted to stay here for a longer period of time. Now, the major factor is safety, security. This is the map of air alarms, and we see that probably it's not, it's the safest place here. Now we are talking about a new experience of operational response, of cooperation between the authorities, the civil society, and we already see that there are positive cases here. Even red tape has become less evident and less used. But I know that even your experience, I mean, the experience of the committee is slightly different if we are talking about the cooperation with local self-governance. We had a meeting with the mayor of Tyachiv. We have been acquainted for 15 years with the mayor, and this is actually the story that educational process started. It's at the beginning of September, and they had to move people from schools and kindergartens. We understand that during the first weeks, people were staying in the school gyms, and that was okay, but well, we definitely still were thinking about better conditions. And the authorities came into contact with our committee. They had their shelter, but it was the building that was to be sold, and it was necessary to guarantee people who were living there that they would be able to stay here. So it was the level of cooperation with the authorities. Cooperation between the organizations is slightly different thing because we assist each other, be it consultations or financial support or something else. We are talking about something very rational and practical. And some people say that certain issues should not be discussed during the war. In my opinion, during the war, we should discuss everything. And we have become acquainted with Audrey physically right now. I know that she's doing very great things, but by implementing the volunteer initiative, and by the way, coming back to the issue of multiculturalness and multilinguistic picture of Zakarpattia, this is something that helps. Adriana has very good Ukrainian language, speaks very good Ukrainian language. So now we welcome people from different regions. And these people have never been probably in the have never been here. Probably they have been in the Carpathian Mountains, but have never been here. And we are talking about perception of and understanding of traditions, of skills, of habits, of values. And Adrian, you were looking for these common things. Have you found them? It seems to me, yes, there are common values and common interests. Definitely, the first topic we discussed with our IDPs, those who were staying with us, they were asking, well, you have Hungarians here. I am a Hungarian by origin, and lots of people from Eastern Ukraine think that I actually moved from Hungary, but they do not know that this region has lots of people of Hungarian origin who were born here. And this is an interesting topic that makes them feel relaxed. They would like to know more about it. They would like to know about our traditions, and they would like to show their traditions. At the beginning of April, I and my family decided to hold the cooking master classes for IDPs who lived in our lyceum. They got food free of charge, but they couldn't cook for themselves. And we invited them to come to our house, and we were cooking together. It was family atmosphere. And in our youth center, we also organized similar cooking events for youth, for IDPs, for young people, and actually they liked it very much. And here in our center, there was a girl from Kherson region, and she's also organizing these cooking events, and the topic is Eastern cuisine or cuisine of Eastern Ukraine. So this is our activity. Have you faced any barriers at the beginning? If there were some barriers or challenges, how did you manage to overcome them? What have you got to know about cuisine from Eastern Ukraine? We are talking about cultural exchange here. Actually, volunteering movement is exchange. Supporting people is exchange. Consultation is exchange. We are talking about different types of exchanges. This is exchange of energy, exchange of strengths. So your initiative, your activity, how was it beneficial for you? It's a difficult question, actually. We just did what we thought we should do. That was the most important thing for us. We were not thinking in advance how we were going to do it. We didn't have any thorough plans. We just did what we did. And with time, it went very smoothly, and we just were cooperating very well with the local authorities. Local authorities are always supportive of our efforts. We have only positive, only beneficial experience of working with IDPs. By communicating with the representatives of civil society from Germany, they voiced such a question that now Europe is thinking about getting ready for winter. They understand the challenges they will have, and these challenges are definitely related to Russian-Ukrainian war. So what about preparation for winter here? This is the trivial question, but an important question. You have these volunteer initiatives, integration initiatives. How do you prepare for winter? Now we have lots of mass media talks about it. So what is your perception of it? This is particular winter, 2022-2023. Does it influence your volunteer initiatives? This is the question to everybody. Two days ago, I came back from Germany, and I saw a social advertisement, one of video commercials, and they show how they get ready for this potential winter crisis. And they are very positive in this advertisement that at the end of it, you really want to be very economical and thrifty. It seems to me this is something we should do. This is the attitude we should take. We should start from ourselves. We should learn to be economical. You should save energy, you should save power, you should save water and all the resources. Well, talking about our preparation for winter, I have a number of cases regarding preparation for winter, not only with relation to my shelter, but another one in Dombaki. In Dombaki, we have repaired the boiler houses. While the boiler houses was repaired, they had heating devices, and later I will give it to other people. So now we try to communicate who will need these, for example, heaters. In my shelter, we were lucky to have the old school building, and practically in all the classes, we have these stoves. And we have boys from Nika Fund, and they gave me lots of wood. So we have stocked this wood. Also, the military man also will give me 1 truck of wood. So we have stock of woods, as I have already said, and we have lots of electricity devices, but we have LED lamps. The residents understand that they have to save energy. They have certain restrictions of the washing they can do every day. I have also bought a big cauldron to cook on the open fire, and I also have some other devices that can be used to cook food in the open fire. And I still would like to buy a very powerful generator. This, in our case, this will be diesel power stations, because we have boilers, we have water pump, we have electrical ovens, and I think that in the nearest future I will find this diesel power station and will be able to support my shelter in winter. We have different areas of activity, therefore there may be different preparations for winter. It's understandable that from the very beginning of war we started saving many things. We were trying to inventorize things because we do not know what will happen in a month or in a week. We have our social canteen, and we have cooking ovens, gas ovens. We have the possibility to switch on the power generator, and also we have a very nice stove, which also can be used for cooking. And you can actually place it outside, and you can cook. This is the wood stove with a metal plate on the top, and you could put everything you need on that metal plate and cook whatever you need. In our shelter, everything is power generated. We have a heat pump, and therefore now we need funding to buy power generator that would first of all maintain heating, and well, cooking can be done outside on this stove I have just described. But we understand that it's not only about us. We also take care of many families living in the private sector, and we were trying to give them this message that it will be complicated winter and they have to prepare for this. But we are very flexible in this respect. And if it happens that we have to arrange a warming point, it will be placed in our canteen because we can use wood to heat the premises. In our shelter, and it has become, by the way, very well known since March, and there were lots of journalists attending it. So now we have donors who were thinking in advance and actually bought for us the briquettes or the pellets, heating pellets, just to organize heating for these mothers and kids.
Тобто ви
This means that you have got this experience because someone was already thinking about winterization. Yes, I think that people gave a sorry thinking to that in advance, and they knew that the prices really soaring for any wood products, be it pellets or anything else. That's why they bought it several months ago for the whole heating period at a lower price than we could buy it now. In all our institutions, in 2014 or 2015, we actually quit gas. We do have gas, but we're not using it, and we have other alternative sources of heat and energy supply. And as far as generators are concerned, since we are working not just with shelters and people in Zakarpattia, but we work with shelters and people throughout Ukraine. So this story of generators is really important for us. And since July, we have been really dealing with generators, looking for finance to buy them. And we are trying to provide heating points or shelters or hospitals throughout Ukraine with them. And I can be telling for the over the 15 minutes left for this panel about generators. So let me not focus on this. But it seems to me that when we talk about new people coming for the winter period to our region, we are ready. On the first day, we were not ready to host people, but now we are ready and we are not afraid of that. Well, we all hope that winter will be mild, and we are on the positive side, on the light side of this situation. So I think that nature will be also favorable. I remember my first stay here in 2014, 2015, and I didn't even notice it was winter. But then they said that -16 is the same as -25, taking into account high humidity level. But it's all about integration. We are now integrating what Europe has got already. It's having the temperature not 20 plus 27 in the apartment, because that is not the norm. And we will be integrating the experience Europe already has, and we will be also making individual savings, regardless of the fact whether the person is involved in any public activity or not. And the reality is changing so much that there are things we would never have thought about. Who could have thought that a young lady would be happy not about a bouquet of flowers, but about a truck with wood? And I was very much motivated about thinking about winter, not now, but long before winter. And I was motivated by Mr. Andriy Sadovy, the mayor of Lviv, because he said that winter is approaching, winter is going to be difficult. And he even scared me, because I'm just a person trying to provide for the minimum daily life conditions. But what do I need to do not to be afraid of winter? I've read about generators. It seems to me that this is the problem. I've read about generation devices. Actually, I don't know anything about generating devices. That's why I have bought candles, because I know something about candles. You know, you sometimes take umbrellas for the rain, for it not to be raining. So I bought a lot of candles just to have a nice atmosphere. I think that the universe sees that I'm getting ready because I'm buying candles, and the universe will not send me any problems in the winter time, and I will not have to use those candles. But that is sort of preparation. And I think that it's also about help, because people are now providing the assistance in the way for other people to be able and to be willing to take this assessment. Everything is changing, and it's very difficult to understand how it could happen that yesterday you lived in your home with your favorite window, with your favorite cup, and today you're happy about having a mattress in the social institution which is located far from your home. People who are providing assistance also need to realize all this, and they should be less critical about people disliking something, because people's life has changed for the worse in a very drastic and quick way. People are really happy about mattresses. I'm happy that I was lucky enough and it did not happen to me in 2014. Natalia and her committee provided me with the first shelter, and all this inspired me to try and reach my own shelter, for this roof not to be a common roof with other people, but to have my own roof under my head. And this is important for you to be inspired, because otherwise you will be stressed. And one needs to know how to provide assistance. I remember back in school we read a novel which the morale of which was that the child was asking the other child for some pencils to make a colored drawing, but the pencil was given in such a way that the child didn't take the pencil, and he could not explain to the teacher later why the tree was blue and not green. So now we are learning to provide assistance, and my question is, have you had any problems like this? Have you ever thought about this? Have you had any barriers for your assistance? Because sometimes you are afraid of providing assistance to a person because you think you're humiliating a person, and you don't know whether the person is really expecting some help from you or not. This is the moral and ethical aspect. I often face this in the work of my warehousing facility, and this was particularly noticeable when people started coming from Mariupol. They come, they approach you, be it a mother or a grandmother, when the grandfather with the child, and they think only about the child. I'm a psychologist by education, so it's easier for me to know how to offer help to people. But quite often, you need to persuade a person that assistance could be provided not only to the child but to the person, and these cases are rather frequent. Now we also have them because we have new people coming. Well, I could give you an example. At the warehousing facility with humanitarian aid, we mainly have people working who, suppose the head of the warehousing facility, Konstantin Blazhavich, he came here in 2014 and he's the head of Donbas Zakarpattia entity. This is an IDP family from Kharkiv, and they are IDPs. That's why they manage somehow to be on the same page, and there is no barrier because they know what assistance is necessary, and they know how to communicate this assistance without humiliating a person, without making a person feel depressed, and that works. Valeria, probably, because you had the highest flow of uncontrolled rather flow of people. So it's a story about you. Well, we had about 10,000 people per 24 hours. These were the people leaving evacuation trains. But I can tell that somebody was ashamed of taking something or said, don't give this to me. No, we haven't had such cases. I remember just the opposite on the very first days when we launched our shelter. We took mothers with children for 2 days there. They didn't have any things and belongings with them. But 2 days later, when they were leaving the shelter, they had large bags because they took shampoos, food stuff, everything. They just thought that it's necessary to grab all the things. And we explained that, no, it doesn't work like that. In an hour or two, you will be abroad, and other people will provide you with everything you need. Slovak or Hungarian volunteers will provide all the basic things for you, but they didn't understand this. And now, we have about 14 kilograms within our social package. This is per capita. Well, they can get it once in 3 months. But people, when coming to us, ask us, please give us more, give us more. Why these people have been given Italian products and we have not been given Italian products? So probably the people coming to you are different because their itinerary from complete disaster to relative safety was very short, and people just understand that whatever they take now will never come from anywhere else. We had the different spaghetti, and they were taking all this even in a non-cooked form, and they had large bags, but anyway, it was difficult for them to carry those bags, but they did this because of the shock. Well, as for me, this is the most difficult thing in the volunteers' work, for me including, because I never worked in the social domain. I came from business, and I normally measure everything with clear units. Here is our result, here's our deliverable, and we are trying to reach it. But it doesn't work like that in social work. You cannot really measure whether you have helped and whether your assistant has been effective. And when you offer some help, you often face the situation that you either offer too much, or you have people who are not ready to accept your offer, and you need to reach them once again a little bit later, when the person gets mature enough to pass this decision. And at some point of time, I came to realize that volunteering activity is not just about success, because everybody thinks that many people go to and become volunteers for self-fulfillment purposes. But volunteering is more about your human characteristics, and about how far you are ready to be flexible and engaged. And then you try to help to the extent it is possible. But you always help yourself as well. In Zakarpattia, among different entities, we have this sense that we are in a privileged condition, and most active people are engaged in this process because there's also, otherwise you also have some pains of remorse, whether you are doing enough or not. So I think that it's also about some compensatory mechanism. Well, it's true. And it's also true that if you are a conscious citizen, the more distant you are from the center of the problem, you really have pains or remorse, and you want to go closer to the center of the situation because it's easier there. You are scrolling the news, and you feel yourself part of this process, and you try to help somehow. We can be accused that we deviate from the topic of our panel discussion, but if we take the classical approach to integration, suppose you meet a person, you ask, what are your best characteristics? Let's integrate them in the Zakarpattia. But in this situation, we can't apply this classical approach, because the main advantage and the main characteristics of the person is that the person has survived and that the person has passed the decision to leave. This is a step which was difficult for many people to pass. Even if half of the building was already destroyed, it's very difficult to take this step and to leave your house. Well, for some people, the moment they saw a missile was the time when they passed the decision to leave. But all this is integration. And we had a preliminary talk with the speakers for this panel. And I thought that at the end we could ask a question. And why have you managed? Why have you managed to get self-organized, to get your team to organize some work, to cope with your emotions? And I thought that I will listen to my speakers and will then sum it up. I've been listening attentively. Our scenario actually failed even before the panel. We stage everything in an absolutely different way. Now it's just a constructive and efficient stand-up about practices. So our summary is that I've not found the answer, but I need to somehow wrap up the panel. I can tell you that we have actually not managed to get self-organized. We are doing everything on an on a daily basis for 265 days already, but we will think it over how we managed to do this after victory. And now, thanks to all of you, thank you, dear participants, and all those who have joined in our dialogue, not a discussion. Thank you, dear speakers, for this emotional but at the same time very important talk. And let me remind you that for security reasons, this year Reopen Zakarpattia is held online and all panel discussions are broadcast live in Facebook and YouTube, in particular in Varos and the for Central European Strategy pages. That's why the audience may watch panel discussions both online and offline in the recording, English and Ukrainian. The Reopen Zakarpattia is supported by Kurs, Varosh, Expresso, Uzhhorod Press Club, and many other partner organizations, on the pages of which these days you can read the information about the ideas expressed within the forum. Also, progressive local business community united thanks to this platform have joined our forum, support these companies that are socially responsible and which realize what partnership is about. That's why we would like to tell us about them. This is your transfer logistic company, One Lab, Asclepia, IT companies, Patterson, Apps and SoftServe, Traxwell Development, Innovations, Dentistry, Complex Estat, official dealer of BMW, EDLM in Zakarpattia, Nabilax, Businash, Lika Comfort, Dobrowood, Ecovolt, Порядный Gazda, and Stefanio. Thanks a lot for your staying with us, and let me invite the participants of our next panel discussion entitled Volunteers are People Made of Steel, How to Maintain Trust, Strength and Legitimacy. The facilitator is Zoya Kasanji, and speakers are Roman Hrushchuk, People's Deputy, Helena Yartseva, Transcarpathian Military Support Movement, and Andriy Lubka, a well-known writer and since recently an active volunteer. Welcome to everyone. I can't but tell about my favorite topic. In the first panel, we were said that everything is okay with gender issues, but it's not okay because when we speak about strategies of our victory, it's about men. When it's about suffering, it's about women. You can see that the previous panel about volunteering was with mainly consisting of females, and here we have parity, and we will speak about volunteers. And let me introduce the participants of this panel. So Andriy Lubka, well, it's written that he's a writer, but also a military volunteer. And you know that Andriy is the person who 75 has already delivered 75 cards to our military men. Side by side with Andriy, we have Roman Hrushchuk, MP of the Ukrainian Parliament from the the People's Servant Party, and Helena Yartseva, NGO, Transcarpathian Military Support Movement. So you claim specifically that it is Transcarpathian, but we are helping. Each of us has this tendency to provide support to their fellow countrymen from their region who are staying in the front line. So let me start with the following question. In this panel, we will probably consider a lot of issues, since we have a representative of the legislative branch of power. So it's also important to also tell what we do with the military volunteering activities. So my first question is as follows. Please, you can do this in statements where you can provide some arguments and explanations. Please tell me about the challenges of and the risks of military volunteering. We are not talking about humanitarian volunteering, not about food stuff, not about taking care of people's accommodation, not about protection of civilians, but we speak about specific things that improve the fighting capacity of the armed forces. I think that we may start with Andrei, just the way we are sitting. Challenges and risks of military volunteering. Good afternoon. Well, as far as difficulties and challenges are concerned, there are many of them, and I would probably point out the key one. This is the impossibility to help everyone. That is a moral dilemma when you know that people need help, but you cannot help all of them on a timely basis. And this is something that really exercises pressure on you, but on the other hand, it motivates you to go on, not to become bored of this and tired of this. At the beginning of this full-scale invasion, the major problem for me was my inability to assess the situation from the professional standpoint, because I'm not a military man and I don't quite need the real know what the real needs of servicemen are. Because at some point of time, I understood that we should not be helping them with everything they ask for. For example, when drones were manned at the beginning of the war, it was useful, but not all soldiers knew how to use them. And civilians who became servicemen had the same awareness of the situation as we have. And they saw in Facebook that everyone was raising money for drones and thermal imaging devices. And I think that too many resources were spent at the beginning of the war, full-scale war, on the things that did not bring immediate benefits. Because you need thermal imaging devices when you can see something using them. But if you are not in the direct front line, but and you don't have any direct battles, and you're staying in the second line, this means that the thermal imaging devices will actually be of no use for you. Also, there have been situations when we gathered money, raised money for drones, and drones were actually downed by the other brigade, the related one, because they thought that this is the enemy's drone, because there was lack of information. And at some point of time, I realized that I need to stay focused on some minor things, on specific things, and I should not go beyond those limits, not deal with tactical medicine at all. So we are not dealing with tourniquets and drones. We are not dealing with any binoculars and some devices, optic devices. We have started dealing with cars, and since we have focused on a very specific direction, we have managed to build the systemic process in a rather consistent way. 2 days ago, for example, our guys from Uzhhorod went to the front line, and they today in the morning they are already in Kharkiv, and they are delivering the special tank containers to people there. And our people are now in the UK examining the cars, and the cars will be delivered to Ukraine. So it's like non-stop, round-the-clock work. And it seems to me that it is the right choice, and this is the most effective approach. I think that we will still talk about this because we have Helena and Roman in this panel. One of the major challenges in supporting military men quite often is the impossibility to help them officially. Because if we speak about a car, let's say a vehicle, we need to give it to the Unified State Registry code to this specific military unit, because this is humanitarian aid going across the border, and we need to transfer it only in this way. And one of the problems is that quite often people say that, okay, if you do it officially to the unit, the commander will take it. That's also wrong, and I haven't had any cases like this when somebody did not allow the goods to be delivered to the specific targetee. But it's also true that commanders and people in the headquarters also need cars. That's true. If you have ever been a manager or chief, you understand that a commander having no pickup cannot be going to the positions of military men. But Andrei Zakarpattia yesterday told about the monument to the Soviet soldier. It was not dismantled because it's an enemy's symbol, but because it can fall on someone. So they found this to do this to have the legal grounds for that. And pickup is considered to be a truck, so they cannot do it, or if it is not a full drive car. And in the list for the brigade, they have certain number of cars, and it's not important whether these are operating cars, because sometimes the cars that are taken by the military commissariats from businesses are quite often like school buses that are really not functioning. I remember a situation when our guys took a school bus when they were going to Donbass, and they stayed for 24 hours at the fueling station. It was in March, and then they just took their own money, took a taxi, and went to the front line by taxi. That's what it looked like. So actually, unit, this military unit has some bus, but it is not operating, and we cannot give them a bus, because for us to give them a good bus, the previous bus needs just to be burned somewhere in the field, and there should be a document that it was destroyed in the hostilities, and only after that, after a month's time, there will be a vacancy for this car, and the car will be taken from us and registered. So this bureaucratic system is very much Kafkian. It's not flexible at all. It's difficult to work with it. And we have been helping different units, and quite often people who have enough time to give calls, to arrange correspondence, and to register documents, they are not in the front line, because in the front line they don't have time to ask for different seals, so they don't have connection. And the people who are in need of all those things are affected the most because of these bureaucratic needs. At least it's very difficult to provide timely, quick assistance. Thank you. And Roman, I wonder if you could continue with those bureaucratic elements and flexibility of our system. So probably you could add something, not to repeat the things already mentioned. Yes, good afternoon to everyone. I would like to tell about the phenomena of volunteering activity and about the legislative problems we are facing. That is the phenomena which will definitely be mentioned in the textbooks, history textbooks, when the victory of Ukraine in this war will be described. There will be a large paragraph dedicated to volunteers and their role in this victory. And by volunteers, we don't mean a specific caste of people. These could be former writers or today's writers. These could be MPs. These could be everyone. It's more difficult now to find a person who has never been a volunteer over these 9 months than a volunteer. My reception room has been occupied since the first days of the war by one of the NGOs called Solomensky Kotiki, and they are providing humanitarian aid. You have mentioned that you are dealing only with cars, and we are dealing only with this. So on the 1st of September, Andrei Lubka, whom you know well, wrote a post. I called it British Volunteers. In this post, there is a clear description of one example with cars, but it embraces the overall picture of challenges related to provision of humanitarian aid and volunteering activity. When we saw this post, me and Ivana Klimpush-Tsimtsadze and other MPs started getting into this situation because, since the first days of the war up till the 1st of September, we didn't care about legislation. We had this major level of trust and everything was passing smoothly. It was like we have legislation and we have the practical activities. So I started going deep into the legislation to study this problem. And it's like you're a dragon. When you're cut one head, the dragon gets more heads. So when you try to go deep into legislation, you see that the more problems appear. All the laws on humanitarian and volunteering activity are outdated. It seems to me one of them was signed in the 90s, and one of them was signed in 2011 with some minor amendments later, introduced later. So under the law, Andrei has to have a contract with some charitable foundation for which he's raising the funds and bringing the cars. So what we now have really doesn't correspond to legislation. We have humanitarian aid, this notion that is defined, and it includes everything. What international organizations are giving us money, and the worst thing is that it also includes what we volunteers buy for the money of Ukrainians. So we raise money, Andrei buys a car, brings it in, but he can only do it without any customs clearance if he classifies it not as humanitarian aid. But if it is humanitarian aid, you cannot sell it, you cannot do anything with it, and you cannot manipulate with it. We started solving this problem, but you cannot actually introduce a new term to denote like volunteering assistance or something else. You need to rewrite a lot of legislative acts on humanitarian aid and additional bylaws on volunteering activity. Since the 24th of February, a lot of amendments have been introduced by the cabinet. These are the things which at least somehow allowed us to help with this crippling process. And what do we have now? Well, I can tell you that we have the law on humanitarian aid, which actually does not operate. We have an unclear system of accounting of all humanitarian assistance. We have a lot of risks for volunteers. And the most important thing is that for that all our officials have been working all this time without any legislation. And actually, these are the people who have been effective, who have been working well, and for whom it was important not to ground their actions on the legislation, but to be effective. They will face the risks after victory because actually they were not acting in line with the legislation. So within our social committee and involving volunteers like Andrei Lubka, we are working at those amendments. And I, as a member of this task force, I'm urging everyone, those of you who know the problems and know how they could be solved in this respect, please join us. Experience and assistance from anyone will be really of importance. That is just in brief. Yes, thank you. And I myself appeared to be in this situation like when the Cabinet of Ministers was trying to help with this crippling process. We were bringing thermal imaging devices, and then the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers was introduced, and we lacked documents. We had to wait for 10 hours. You understand what I'm talking about. But the law can be rewritten, and you have just mentioned that you are working at this. But again, it's the 9th month of the war, and we would like to have those amendments introduced very quickly because among volunteers we say that they will come for us. They will come to reach us. And you have said very optimistically that in mild tone that there will be accusations coming after the end of war because the law is irreversible and all other things like this. I think that our major task is to prevent such possible accusations of volunteers. So my topic is the registry of volunteers. Probably not everyone knows about this. Yes, please tell about this. Every volunteer who's been raising money to support the army should be registered if you have done it through your bank card. Because from the point of the view of the state, everything coming to your bank card, should be taxed. In 2015, we established the registry of ATO volunteers, but now the title of this registry is very long because it includes many categories of volunteers. But this registry has been established for the volunteers to be free from taxation, and with this in view, they need to bring to the territorial body of the tax inspection copy of the passport, copy of your identification code, and the accept from your bank account about opening of this account. The point is that about 500 volunteers have got registered over this period of 9 months. So we understand that we have much more volunteers. And potentially, these people are within the risk area. Maybe they will never be accused. Because actually the tax inspection doesn't see the circulation, only the bank can see the circulation of money. But anyway, we need to simplify registration within this register of volunteers, and our law is introducing amendments for the volunteers not to be required to submit a copy of the bank account excerpt. In India, you need to mention that here is my account to which I raised the money for volunteering activity, and this should be exempt from taxation. So we are simplifying this registration process. And even on the 2nd of December, you enter the registry of volunteers, you will have the taxation exemption for the whole year, whole previous year, because in the tax code, it's not written that way, and we need to somehow prescribe it in the tax code for you to, even if you understand that you need to get registered by the end of the year, to have this exemption for the whole year. So is it already the fact? The amendments is coming because it has been already actually approved by the tax inspection, and the law in the second reading is going to be passed in the nearest future, and I hope that the president will sign it quickly and the Ministry of Digital Transformations will manage to introduce it by the end of the year to integrate the whole overall system, because it's really important for these people to be exempt from the risks, which probably will never appear, but we need to take some precautions, because maybe nobody will know that you have been raising money. But, well, if it's 1 million, of course, they will see it. Yes, it's better to get registered. Thank you, Roman. That is really a very optimistic piece of news for volunteers, and actually all our people are volunteers in a way. Helena, please add a couple of words to this. Yes, according to my information, since the beginning of the full-scale war, there have been some cases, 22 criminal cases against volunteers, even more. There is Article 202-1. It's about embezzlement of humanitarian aid, which we passed in March because of the influx of humanitarian aid. So let's cover some optimistic and pessimistic things. There was a lot of humanitarian aid coming. That was an influx, and there could be issues and there could be questions in the society. That's why we actually introduced this article into the criminal code, or rather we intensified responsibility for embezzlement of humanitarian aid or sales of humanitarian aid in that article. But to go back, when we don't have any valid legislation on humanitarian aid that would really be functioning, well, there may be issues if we take it in parallel with the criminal code. The prosecutor's office has said that they have about 300 cases under this article, and there are some public cases, high-profile cases, about 50 of them. Our case in this list. Yeah, we know some precedents from Zaporizhia with the heads of the administration about the accusations, and most probably only funds or some individual people will be punished. I would not like to go into the details of our criminal case because the investigation is still on, but it's not Ukraine that is investigating it, but the international agencies, and we don't know for how long it's going to last. Lawyers claim that the investigation may take some 10 years, so you may just imagine how much time and how many resources Ukraine will have to spend on looking for British volunteers or Slovak volunteers or Italian volunteers who have been helping our community, because as a legal entity, as a public organization, we were registered only in mid-May. For 8 years, we worked the way most citizens of Ukraine now work, as individuals, or the volunteering community initiative was now legal entity, just on the basis of people's trust. Taking into account that we are staying in the Zakarpattia region and we know each other, our the basis for our work is people's trust. I can see different billboards, and Ukraine is trust-based. I can see the slogan. I'm happy about this, but it appears that people trust volunteers, but the state, represented by law enforcement agencies, do not trust volunteers that much. Our criminal case was initiated at the end of May, and I was announced a suspicion on the 3rd of June. Our case was launched in parallel with the cooperation of monsters from Odessa, and after that, there was another high-profile criminal case. So, Corporation of Monsters also has criminal case, right? Yes, one of the volunteers. If you study this issue, you will see how powerful this person is. And then that hook also was applied to volunteers from Lviv. And I'm very much sorry that our example was not a good reason for other volunteers to stop, to reassess the situation, to study those hooks and pitfalls in our legislation, not to be hooked by them. It seems to me that July, August, and September are the months when the largest number of criminal cases were launched. I've studied the background, the cases of these people. Mainly, these are people who are trusted by the society. So then my question is to law enforcement agencies. They also had to have a look at the background of those people, what these people are like, before approaching these people, not just with searches, but falling them to the ground, staging musky shows, and just showing in public to the whole society that, okay, we have got perpetrator, discrediting them, ruining the reputation of these people, tarnishing them. So what are the messages that law enforcement agencies are giving to the society? Well, the first message is that you shouldn't be trusting everyone. Not everyone is as white as you think and as good as you think. So these elements of distrust are very dangerous for the society, because now we claim that the whole country deals with volunteering. Children are volunteers. If we speak from the point of view of legislation, minors do not have the right to do any volunteering activity without the supervision, without the permission of their parents, written permission by both parents. But in reality, that is absolutely different. So I think that we have more gaps and pitfalls in our laws than the practice that the theory that should be applied in practice. This is probably over-emotional, and I'm over-emotional. But at the beginning, you asked what are the major challenges. And let me tell you that for our community, I'm talking about community because the case of the NGO was launched only in mid-May. Our community finds it more difficult to work with the people who have perished. It's most difficult to work with the families of the deceased. And I'm grateful to Andriy and Roman and hundreds of other volunteers for finding their own niche and working on this. We rather fail to take the niche because we are the Transcaucasian Military Support Movement, and this means that the representatives of the National Guard, the right sector, private sector, and the boys who were actually served in other units. So Zakarpattia has now come to us, territorial defense of Zakarpattia. Well, and it's difficult to distinguish between them and think it over whom we should help and whom we should not help. We have to help everyone. You know, the key question is who a volunteer is, what a volunteer is. And I've realized that volunteer does not replace the state. Volunteer is necessary at the right time, at the right place to become a shoulder for the state to lean on. When the state engine is only gaining impetus, is being launched, then we need volunteers and volunteering community because volunteers are flexible, mobile. They have the inner system of coordination, of cooperation, which was built back in 2014. And it's very easy for us to find people, the right people in Bakhmut and even in the occupied territory, in the so-called partisan movement. It's not a problem. And it seems to me that since now volunteering organizations are trying to replace the state, this cannot be done. The state should not be relaxed. The state has its own functionality. It has to provide timely support in the form of winter uniform. Individual protection means, yes, volunteers need to deal with cars, with something the state cannot provide. They have to deal with thermal imaging devices, optic devices, tactic, first aid kits, because that's what we need in great numbers. But now, actually, volunteers need to be, they have performed their major function, but now they need to be protected. Thank you. You have raised an important topic. Though you didn't know that one of my questions prepared for this discussion is related to this. Of course, somebody's heroic actions are sometimes compensation for somebody's bad actions. I remember buying helmets, buying bulletproof vests, but there are some standards, blood-written standards, and you cannot be doing these things if you're not a professional. We will speak after that on this point, but I know that there are people who died, who perished because of poor quality bulletproof vests. But let us speak on the topic, which is very much sensitive. And of course, it's not fashionable to talk about it now because we need to help the country and to help the armed forces. But what could be the consequences when the volunteering movement actually overtakes the functions of the state? And could it be somehow damaging? And should the state be somehow guiding this volunteering movement? Because this collaboration should be taking place. And again, here is a joke that Ukrainian corruption actually helped us at the beginning of the war, and you know what we are talking about, how it was all brought, how arrangements were made. You know about this. Most of us know about this. So let us discuss the risks, because quite often, and that was mentioned by Andriy, quite often some requests were irrelevant, specifications were not clear. So sometimes volunteers are used as first aid brigades, as some sort of ambulances. Let's agree. Well, here is a car. This car will somehow be brought, and that was done by volunteers. And people gave the last things they had because they understood that it's necessary. So let's focus on this. When the volunteering movement actually replaces the state in performance of its functions, and can this be damaging because it seems that the state is doing nothing then? Well, that's what I actually wanted to start with. We are all very much proud of the developments and achievements of volunteering movement in Ukraine, and this is really something to be proud of. That is the symbol of unity of the civil society and maturity of the state of the society that used not to see the war. And if we speak about Zakarpattia, for me, it is a really pleasant time, pleasant months, because actually I did not expect such sort of support. And I didn't expect that so many people will join in this volunteer movement, would sacrifice their resources for such a patriotic purpose. It was not possible to imagine this in Zakarpattia ever happening, so it's a pleasant for me to be watching this change. But I think that volunteer is a poet, not a prosaic, but a poet. A poet writes a poem when he gets inspiration. He has some work to do, but in the night time with some wine glass, he actually writes poems. Helena has also told me, please register the organization, but I'm afraid of this. Well, you shouldn't tell whether you are registered or not because you have already mentioned this, and tomorrow there will be some examination. Well, I'm registered in the registry, but I'm not registered as the entity. But I meant that you should get registered in the registry of volunteers. And yes, and I did this in June. I think what is dangerous is as follows. Now we can see the process of volunteering movement institutionalizing. Volunteer becomes a full-time job. You can be a volunteer. You cannot be a volunteer all the time if you don't have any income. For me, volunteering is dedication of your free time to socially useful business. I was always against volunteer activity on Saturdays. So, for example, when we organize some teams to work on Saturdays and to clean the yard. And what about the utility, municipal services? So the joy of joint work is great, and you can really clean the park. But in fact, that should be done by professionals who get salaries for that. And when we launched our volunteering activity to fill all the gaps. At the beginning, it was necessary. But now it seems to me that the state started relying on volunteers, and this means that the state is not paying attention to some problems because it knows that the volunteers will do it. For example, drones will be bought by volunteers, thermal imaging devices will be bought by volunteers, and in March, that was clear. That was something that should have been done, but now I see some danger in that. The state cannot be buying second-hand used cars abroad because they need, well, there is a need to check, to examine, to make the inspection of this car, which is, let's say, 15 years old. And the state, to be rather mobile, should have to create some new ministry, but we don't need that. So, okay, as far as cars are concerned, volunteers can be still dealing with this. But as far as army provisions are concerned, that should be the state responsibility. And it should be a well-planned activity, because if we know that we need thermal imaging devices and drones, then the state needs to procure this. And one German reporter came in May, and during a talk with me, as she wanted to know my story, she asked me, and why are you doing this? Why will you not write a letter to the Ministry of Defense that this and that unit has an acute need for a car? And I actually was lost for words, because she's right. If we speak in the right terms, we would write a letter supported by the letter from the military unit, and we would get a lot of. We are getting a lot of international support, and we could actually buy thermal imaging devices, a large consignment, and give it to the units which need it. That's normal. But at some point of time, the state felt this shoulder of volunteers and started ignoring some sorts of inquiries. And I don't think it is okay. we are already not buying bulletproof vests. Normally, the state can provide soldiers with bulletproof vests, but there are other things to plan. And we have Roman here, so it would be of interest for me to know whether the plans for the next year for defense costs. So why cannot we mention there the needs that will definitely be there, because we will need a lot of drones. A lot of them are down, so we will need them anyway. I'm afraid of this institutionalization of volunteers. I would like to be a volunteer all my life long. I would like to dedicate my time to this activity when I have it, and I would like to create an entity, because that is already a full-time job. It's not a volunteer. I would like to still be a writer who sometimes may be helpful, but is not doing it round the clock. This is wrong. And this is the dark side of it all, which is not that much highlighted. The light side is fine. The bright side is that we have nice posts in Facebook. But in fact, if there is a need for volunteering, this means that the state somewhere does not perform the functions. That is the symptom of the disease that should be remedied. We need to correct this. And Helena also wants to react. The point is that these questions are already being voiced, and there will be more of them in proportion to the time of the war. Because it's really one case when you are saving the country, and the other thing is when they are trying to fill the gaps with you, exploiting. Helena? You know, when law enforcement agencies approached us, the first thing they asked us was, and why haven't you been registered for 8 years? And Andrei got a very good answer. None of us wanted to dedicate all our lives to this business. And it seems to me that the law enforcement system and the state in general are somehow distant from our understanding of what a volunteer is. And their question is always, what are you living with? How are you earning your living? Or tell your teammates, your workers to leave. But that they don't understand that these people don't get their salaries. They are just dedicated, and they sacrifice whatever they can and even more. The first donations of the 24th of February were donations from the people from our community. So we are donating ourselves. And of importance in this respect is the fact that people probably do not fully understand that we are running a marathon. Every time I have a speech, I start with saying that we will not close the gate of the war tomorrow. We have not closed them over 8 years, so we should be patient, we should be tolerant, we should be looking for resources, we should keep some people from giving away the last thing they have, because the war is not going to finish tomorrow. And it's true that the state should plan the war, plan the costs, and it should understand what it cannot perform and where it can rely on the people, on the nation, on volunteers. And today I've already mentioned children. For me, this is a very emphatic example of the fact that we have made the society awake. In 2014, we also had some cases when children brought their small pocket money, and we felt very much emotional because we understood that the child was collecting money for something that was important for him or her, and they gave the money away. And today we have examples when children don't give their pocket money. They don't only give their pocket money, they learn to earn money, and they give them money to volunteers. So it's kind of the thing that we should be admiring, but the state should be cautious about this. The state should be working with volunteers in a very good and literate way.
Thank you. Lots of people are talking that institutionalization is necessary. Andrei, I do agree with you that probably we should not need it. Romano, what's your opinion? Where does a volunteer movement appear and how it becomes strong? we are talking about flexibility that the state does not have. Lack of red tape. Volunteers do not have that much bureaucracy, and they actually do not have to sign papers and documents. And the third point is horizontal connections and relationship. We may know a specific soldier, and we know his specific needs. For the state, they do not have this individual vision. So these horizontal connections make this advantage. The state cannot communicate directly to an individual soldier or combatant. It communicates via vertical connections. So volunteer movement is therefore advantages. And during the first day, actually, it managed to cover and close all the gaps. In Kyiv, we provided for the territorial defense units during 1 month and a half. Everything was done, including food. So all the businesses were delivering food to blockpost because the state system, didn't work. And well, after the first month, we understand we couldn't do it because the resources were coming to the end, and moreover, there was state funding allocated for this. So, for example, in 1 month and a half, food was delivered by the state structures. So there should be support, and at the same time, there should be some demands, particularly if budget is allocated. We do have state budget for our war needs. Will it be enough? I do not think it will be enough. And one of the reasons is just no possibility for the state to cover absolutely everything. And the second point is lack of legislation to buy certain things that can be bought by the volunteers. Talking about the shadow part of it, I would like to voice it, particularly, for example, this tourniquet story. Tourniquets are printed using 3D printers, and they are happy that they're doing it. But later, this tourniquet is broken, and nobody will be responsible for this. For example, somebody could buy very cheap car. Somebody brought it to Lviv. Somebody gave it to the unit. The unit got it because of the fact that there was no technical examination of the car. There were some problems directly in the front line. So here I would probably disagree with Andrei about institutionalization. We have a foundation, Come Back Alive. They have experts in specific fields. These are people who deal only with this. This is actually good that from being volunteers, these competent people became full-time workers, and they were started doing this work in a very excellent way, and they provide high-quality services. So I'm in favor of those volunteers who spend part of their time on these efforts. Probably you are not registered as the charitable foundation, but you are doing these activities. You do fundraising, you are involved in a number of campaigns, you are accountable, you bring these things together here, but you are not institutionalized. And if you were given a name, Charitable Foundation of Andrei Lubko, it wouldn't give you anything. It would give you more bureaucracy and less time to write books. So the story with volunteer register is actually an exception from the law. Who is a volunteer? He's a person who works for the society free of time, during his or her free time. Volunteer may be a person may have a contract with certain non-government organizations. So according to the law, it was supposed to be like that. Andrei is supposed to have an agreement with Halina, stating that I will work for Helena. Helena, for example, opens an account for Andriy, and later they won't be able to operate this money in some other ways. The second point, it is quite cumbersome regarding accountability and reporting. Therefore, we have this story with volunteer register, and I think it makes us more flexible. How Andriy is buying these cars, the state should not be interested in it. If we regulate this too much, well, there will be no good of it. For example, he has different variants of doing it, using cryptocurrency, some other ways. So there should not be over-regulation. The relationship should be based on trust. People give them money. If people do not hold him accountable, that means they trust him. And actually, we have some elements of this in the law. And I would also voice another question. Can be people who, under disguise of being volunteers and on the conditions of using this public trust, still be dishonest? Definitely they can be, but we are not talking about it. And these very conversations will still exist. If we are talking about it, we probably undermine trust to all the volunteers. But if we are not talking about it, we still undermine trust. So what is the best of these two evils? The level of collaboration between law enforcement bodies is higher than among pseudo-volunteers. We discuss these things. We discuss these things among ourselves. We know, again, among ourselves, the names of those dishonest volunteers. And volunteers are the first one to talk about their dishonest, so to say, colleagues, because it undermines trust and reputation. But we are going into deep technological things because, well, definitely these are painful things. I have still two more questions. And one of these questions is politicization of volunteer movement. Now, lots of political parties are involved in this movement, and we understand that lots of active people will get into these political channels. We are talking about political competition, and lots of people have already stated that they will use these volunteer dividends, so to say, for political purposes. So there are soldiers fighting in the front line, but these people will be fighting in the political arena. So what is your attitude to politicization of volunteer movement, involving it into politics? We know who we are talking about. I'm talking about Pritula and Sternenko, because they are probably the key people in the spotlight of our attention. There are lots of reproaches. People say that they're doing it intentionally to promote them as politicians later. Well, now we have actualized it. There are some other complaints. There are some other people. I'll be very brief. For example, at our webpage, from the very beginning, we had our own code of ethics, and we have written that we cooperate with all political forces that are based on democratic values. In our community, there are supporters of Zelensky and Poroshenko. Thanks God, we do not have any fans of pro-Russian forces, and that enables us to work together for all these 8 years and to work for the common benefit of Ukraine. Talking about political dividends or political future, so to say, I feel it myself. The moment we have any elections of any type, I have not made any claims or any statements, but I already feel that hate with my people say I own many things, etc., etc. So these are artificial operations and stories that make certain people stop their activities. Not me, but some people probably will stop their activities, and they do not want to go into policy. Yes, I have this negative experience. I have two stories: when the active politicians are volunteers, and when those who are not politicians also are volunteers. So when politicians are involved in volunteer movement, definitely people throw stones at them. I'm not talking about our political force. We accept it from the viewpoint of something bad. Politics is bad. All politicians are bad. But I think that volunteers, people who work for social capital, who have trust from society, should become politicians, and there is nothing bad in it, and we should avoid the situations when, for example, people go there and later they lose this trust. I think the social capital that is gained through volunteer movement is positive, and it is really beneficial if this social capital will be used for political careers of such people. This is my personal opinion. Moreover, I am in favor of the situation when people who have this trust, who have this volunteer experience, should become politicians, should join political movement, because probably if we perceive politics as something bad and everybody who is a politician is bad, we probably won't be able to achieve anything positive. So I am in favor of the fact that these people who are volunteers now and have this trust should go into politics. Well, some of them want to join political forces, some of them do not. And for example, we had a talk with one of persons who is in charge of a big charitable foundation, and that person was saying that we are perceived as those people who do it for some political purposes, just because some other funds are doing it for the same purposes. There are some of them who already know that they won't use it for politicization, but well, I am in favor of it. So Halina is against it. Roman is in favor of it. Andriy, what about you? Sometimes people send a big amount of money, 100,000 or 200,000, and I ask, shall I write about it in Facebook? A person says, I do not want to have any PR campaign out of it. And I answer that this PR campaign is important because it's necessary to show to the public that, okay, this person donated this amount of money, I can do the same. So such stories are important. If a person can do something, is able to help and make PR campaign out of it. If an active politician is involved in volunteer movement, for example, like Roman with his foundation, this is great. It means we, for example, have a person in the parliament who represents the majority in the parliament and who understands these challenges and problems. So if somebody is working and has some political dividends out of it, let it be. I think that charitable activities should be part of our everyday activity, not only during the war times. Charitable activities of people who are able to help should become part of our culture. And I think that probably in future we should have a law about these charitable activities. Probably 1% of one's income could be transferred to the account of a public organization. In the world, it actually works like that. I registered the draft law like this. One percent of your income may be sent to the public organization. And I think this is a good story, and I'm also in favor of this politicization of volunteer movement. For example, people discuss potential party of Serhiy Prytula. Well, if somebody wants to become a politician, let him or her do it. And for example, here in Uzhhorod, I asked lots of people to become local deputies because local levels need good people. Until we have good people at the local level, we have a very bad situation. Well, in Kharkiv, we see how clean the streets are, even under shelling. And therefore, people who have this social capital, people who have very good reputation, should become politicians, should become local deputies. And, for example, working as politicians is one stage of being a mature society. When you do not look at the state as a monster, is something we should have. So if a person wants to become a politician, we should open all the doors. What is dangerous is engineering. For example, we have this United TV marathon, and we see how lots of people are actually in the spotlight, and some of the people are in the shadow. So if a person wants to get to start working in the self-governance, or if a person would like to join the Ministry of Defense because the person knows the procurement stages, that's great. This is, well, my personal story is that I do not want to become a politician. I do not want to become a local deputy. And it's also important to have such people as I am. And it's good if people know that this person is not going to join any political parties. Probably people will trust this person even more. So I am the one who announces that I'm not going to do it. And I really want us to win, and then I will stop probably my charitable activity. Who should we help? Big organizations or small organizations? Who you trust to both for example, big charitable foundation come back alive. They are working with big military units. But Andrei, it's more about from person to person, cars to specific units. A very brief story from me at the end. We went to Slavyansk. There was a car we wanted to donate. We were in a hurry, and I asked the driver to cook some sandwiches for us. He cut his finger, and I told him, well, you come back home and some 50 years after this war, you would say to your grandchildren, I shed my blood in Slavyansk. I want all of us to feel that we all contributed to this victory. We want to be able to say that we did something for the victory, and what was done, it depends on the person. Thank you for joining this discussion. We definitely want to have some order in this area, I mean, volunteer movement, and for the volunteers to help those people who need this help. Ukrainian volunteer movement is not about money, it's about empathy and social connections. And this is what we have witnessed from our speakers. Thank you. Thank you, dear speakers of the panel discussion. Thank you, dear moderator, for this open and honest and inspiring and helpful discussion. Now we make a break, and please join our broadcast at 2 o'clock. Please take care. Stay safe.
Welcome at our third forum, Reopen Zakarpattia, which is implemented by the NGO, the Institute for Central European Strategy, with the support of USAID. This enabling us to implement it following the principles of openness, transparency, objectiveness, and independence. The partners of today's forum are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Zakarpattia Military Regional Administration, Zakarpattia Regional Council, the National Platform for Resilience and Cohesion. We are welcoming you to join our panel discussion that is entitled How Ukraine Will Build a Military Rehabilitation System, Zakarpattia as a Historical Health Resort in Europe. The facilitator of today's discussion is Natalia Kabatsi, Director of the Committee for Medical Care in Zakarpattia. The speakers are Yevhen Kotik, Deputy Minister of Veteran Affairs of Ukraine, Ivan Baronyuk, Professor of Uzhhorod National University, Katerina Zinovia, Doctor of Physical Rehabilitation Medicine, Thierry Alicia, Clinical Psychologist, and also we were supposed to have Fadir Shandor, soldier of the Armed Forces of Ukraine and professor of Uzhhorod National University, but he's in the front line now, so we wish him good luck and we wish him quick and safe return back home where we are really waiting for him. War launched by Russia against Ukraine has really changed not only our life, it has changed the life of the whole world. Since the very first days of the war, we have been facing new challenges, more and more of them, and the current challenges are becoming more serious. So today we are fighting for survival, but in the regions which are the rear, as mentioned in one of the panels by our speakers from Western Ukraine. So in these regions, everyone starts building mid-term plans and steps that need to be taken. And we are going to discuss within our panel a challenge we have already faced, because war was actually launched not on the 24th of February. It broke out 8 years ago. And my first question will refer to Yevhen. Yevhen, do we already have any visions and achievements? Of course, I know there are some. And what do you intend to do in the state of Ukraine in terms of rehabilitation of servicemen? What has been done and what are your plans? What do you intend to work at? Here we talk about mental health, we talk about rehabilitation, and we also have to discuss how we can be getting ready for the future challenges already today. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you for the question. And thanks to the organizers of the forum of this discussion for the issues raised, because as you have mentioned, full-scale war of Russia against Ukraine intensified this problem as compared to 2014. But if we speak about rehabilitation of servicemen, I think that this is a major component and multi-aspect component of our policy. It refers to the period when the military men are in the front line, when they are on their active duty. It also includes the Institute of Military Chaplains, because this is one of the elements of supporting military men when they are in the front line. But the current challenges are really very serious. And primarily, I mean here the challenge of rehabilitation of our defenders after they get injuries, after they get wounded, after they get disabilities, when we have not just to provide medical healthcare support to people, but we also need to give an impetus to people for them to live on and to understand that a serviceman can keep on living. So socialization is an important component. And now, the main strategy of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs deals with the transition to from military life to civilian life. And here we include such issues as mental health rehabilitation, education, sports engagement, long-term rehabilitation after wounds and injuries. And an important component here is regional policy and assistance provided by uh, the public, by public institutions, because within this synergy, we will be able to build a system that will provide us with a comprehensive understanding and a comprehensive opportunity of ensuring a transition from military career to civilian life. So far, the Ministry of Veterans Affairs has launched and is already implementing a set of rehabilitation, psychological rehabilitation measures. We are involving service providers who create multidisciplinary panels or teams, rather, in them. And these teams work with military men, starting with the mental component, mental health component, and they provide support to our servicemen with their socialization as well. A lot of work is being done by the state in regards to rehabilitation of injured servicemen. This is also quite a lot of work, and we work here jointly with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Defense. There are rehabilitation programs abroad for our servicemen, and we refer them to those programs. But the discussions which are now held within Ukraine and the vision that is being developed shows us that today we have to establish a large-scale system with a good, solid foundation for rehabilitation processes in the Ukrainian territory. So I think that Western areas, in particular Zakarpattia, could play a major role in the development of this internal domestic system of rehabilitation to involve the resources that we have in the reformatting of provision of for different reintegration processes. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really happy that this issue is raised at the forum, and I think that we will also initiate a lot of discussions in this direction, because it's important for us to understand what the ideas of the public, what the ideas of experts in this issue are, for us to develop our policy in a high quality way in this regards. Thank you. Actually, when we speak about self-criticism, we are used to self-criticism. We always claim that we don't have a system, we are not ready. But there is a study that shows that the country that has not been at war for about 30 years would also not be able to provide the same services to such great numbers of people, servicemen Ukraine is now having. So I think that we just need to plan our work. We need to develop a kind of a roadmap and just start doing this, developing these services. Katerina, I've known you for quite a long period of time, and I know you as a young and active specialist in psychiatry. And I'm really happy that you work in this direction, because it's one of the fields we deal with. And I know that you have changed the field of your activity, and you have gone into physical rehabilitation. And I'm also happy about that, because since the organization has been working at the improvement of the quality of life and the services provided to people with disabilities for 25 years, we should be happy about this. But let me ask you, as a specialist, as an expert, what is the place of Zakarpattia within this system? How capable are we? And do we generally correspond to this high-style slogan that we are a historical health resort of Europe? And since we are talking about mental health, I would probably start with the more trivial statement. How are you, and how has your life changed since the 24th of February? Welcome to everyone. First of all, thank you for having me here. And If we start with the last question you asked, am I and what is happening to me now, I should tell that, well, I cannot say that a lot of things changed for me on the 24th of February, but my stance changed. I became more active in helping my colleagues in Ukraine. Where am I now? I'm in rehabilitation now. I'm the head of a multidisciplinary rehabilitation team in the neurosurgery center in Uzhhorod, and we work actively with our defenders, and we provide both inpatient and outpatient care. We do have a psychologist in our team who is involved in working with defenders. Unfortunately, we have not yet signed the program with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, the program you have mentioned, but we are actively working in this direction. And I'm back to psychotherapy. I'm not just in rehabilitation, I'm also working in the field of psychotherapy. And we are going to be developing this multidisciplinary team in psychiatry, because there is multidisciplinary team notion in physical rehabilitation and in mental health rehabilitation. There must be a specific multidisciplinary team for not just physical, but for psychological rehabilitation. Starting with the 24th of February, when we all woke up at 5 in the morning, and I woke up and told my husband, war, it's war. And then you cannot eat anything. Well, it was for the first time that I didn't eat anything for several days, though I like eating very much. And I cooperate with volunteer organizations, but it was mentioned either today or tomorrow or yesterday, so no, it was today, that if you want to help, you should be helping right in the direction where you are a professional, where you know more. And I decided that I will work in the rehabilitation domain. And thanks to different volunteer organizations like the Committee of Medical here and Support Movement, we have had a lot of rehabilitation activities since the first days. Now we have programs of the WHO, of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. These are programs supporting rehabilitation. But in the first days of the war, unfortunately, we didn't have that many rehabilitation means the defenders needed, and there was shortage of such things across Ukraine. And I've got a lot of colleagues from Dnipro, Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, and I'm really grateful to so many people for providing us with those means. Well, probably a few of them did know why we needed this, but and how they are used. But anyway, we got all those wheelchairs and procedures, and thanks to the colleagues who worked at the railway stations, also supported us with delivery. And there was really a problem with this, because there were some small hospitals, but mainly there were no rehabilitation tools there. And when the delivery was arranged, that means that we could send our soldiers to further clinics because they had wheelchairs, they had the sticks to walk. Now the amount of assistance provided is a little bit smaller, but anyway, we have already WHO involved in that, and in January one of the programs of WHO will be launched, because they are going to provide some orthopedic devices and wheelchairs for different clinics in every region. But if we speak about Ukraine, unfortunately, still everyone knows Mechnikov, everyone knows the Mechnikov Institute, knows Vinnytsia Hospital, but nobody knows about hospital number 16, number 4 in Dnipro, where they have some servicemen, and there are a lot of small district hospitals to which servicemen are sent, and they really lack all those tools necessary. And there is another problem of both Zakarpattia and Ukraine in general. There is the problem of shortage of
people, of experts who could teach the servicemen how they could be using rehabilitation tools, how they should be moving with these rehabilitation tools. So this is the issue that is relevant both for Zakarpattia and for the whole Ukraine. But I think that we will be moving in this direction, working there, and we will get to the improved situation. By we, I mean our hospital in Zakarpattia, we have got a lot of assistance provided by charitable foundations, by volunteers, by just people bringing some sticks to work or some wheelchairs. So our clinic has got enough rehabilitation tools. Well, you can never say that there is enough, but anyway, that is still enough, and we should work at the development of multidisciplinary teams. Because if there is no team, or if this team doesn't know itself how to work with rehabilitation tools and doesn't know what equipment they need, there may be problems. And I know that you have just recently been on a long trip and you have come back. And I remember the phrase you told back then that it's cool there, but I have made sure that we are also doing everything in the right way. So that calmed down me. Yes, we went under the Open World program to the US. That was on combat trauma, rehabilitation after combat trauma. Well, it's really fantastic. That's true. But if we speak about experts in Ukraine, our experts provide the same sort of assistance, the same ergotherapy, physical therapy. If we speak about well-qualified specialists who are well-trained, who understand what they are doing, we are actually providing the same assistance. What we differ in is equipment. Sort of equipment, amount of equipment and tools, and the number of hospitals that could be providing assistance. And the only thing I'm concerned about is the assistance in military hospitals. Well, of course, the situation is very bad there. And their military hospitals are just full. They have everything. And, it came as a revelation for me that they have cemeteries for veterans and for servicemen. That is a superstructure, and with all my deep respect to defenders, we don't have this. But Americans calmed us down, saying that you have war now. You need to win the war. You will win it because you are greatly supported, and you will think about this component later. But in terms of rehabilitation, they have more specialists and experts. They have better training. But as far as the services that are provided are concerned, we do not differ from them. And I would say that some of our experts are even much better. But we don't have enough of them, right? Well, yesterday we heard, for example, that Lviv is preparing the medical cluster. We also hear it in mass media. And yesterday we had it from the authorities that Zakarpattia will also be developing this system. So from your point of view, what do we lack? Specialists and experts. Yes, there is shortage of stuff. And it's not just the problem in Ukraine, it's the global problem. And a lot of our experts leave for Poland, Slovakia, Germany, and they find their place there. They feel comfortable there, and they provide high-quality services there. So the main component we have to work it is specialists, and we cooperate with the National University, and we have some students coming for their internship to our clinic. So I hope that our cooperation will increase. Well, yes, normally students are used in such clinics as cheap and effective labor. Well, let me mention one more thing that impressed me: volunteering. with them, volunteering is official. In the hospital, they may have up to 20% of volunteers. Medical nurses, physical therapy, and people staying at the reception desk. So 20-30% are volunteers. So it's also impressive. That is something we don't have in some hospitals. We are not allowed. We do not even allow access to students. Thank you, Katarina. So we have spoken about physical rehabilitation, and probably now it's not such an acute problem, but there are some people who are still going through that acute stage and then will become post-phase, so to say. But let's speak about mental health, about the fact that in 2017 we developed the concept for the development and protection of mental health, and this is the concept until 2030. But this process has not been launched in its active phase. So let me give the floor to Mr. Thierry, a clinical psychologist from France. He's got the experience of working not just in France, but in many other countries of the world in terms of developing the system of mental health services, of mental care provision. So the floor is yours.
Thanks, Natalia, and thanks to the organizers of the conference for giving me the opportunity to speak about this so important topic of mental health and psychosocial support. As the subject is a little bit technical, I prepared a presentation, so if it can be on the screen, thank you very much. First, I will present the psychotrauma, and then after we will see how we can implement care at individual, community, and national level. So, at the origin of psychotrauma, there is a traumatic event. This event can be defined as a life event that leaves its mark and overwhelms the ability to cope by producing a feeling of intense fear or distress. There will be a psychic intrusion in the brain, and that will generate a mental blockage. As François Le Bigot say, it's the confrontation of the subject with the reality of death. So, according to the DSM-5, which is the medical reference for mental disorders, the development of psychological disorders stems from the exposure to actual or potential death, serious injury, or sexual violence in one or more of the following ways. First, directly experiencing a traumatic event. Second, witnessing in person an event experienced by others. Third, learning that a traumatic event was experienced by a close family member or friend. What does it mean? It means that it's not necessary to be a direct victim of the event to develop a psychotrauma. And the last method of exposure is experiencing repeated or extreme exposure to the distressing details of a traumatic event. It concerns the professionals who regularly intervene in such events like firefighters, nurses, NGO staff, etc. So, people who have experienced psychological trauma may develop 4 types of symptoms. First, revival. The people will relive the event as if it were happening again. They will see the images again, they feel the sensation, they smell the odors, etc. Avoidance. The people will avoid the places of the event, but also the conversations, the people who could remind it to them, etc. Negative cognitive and mood alterations. The people will become irritable, often angry. and will gradually withdraw from common activities and withdraw from themselves. And marked alterations in reactivity associated with the traumatic event. The people will develop sleep disorders. They will often be hypervigilant, which means, for example, that if they have been subjected to the sound of explosion, they will be on alert as soon as a car tire will burst because they will believe that the explosion happened again. They can develop two dissociative symptoms. What's that? Symptoms of depersonalization. The people will become like a stranger to themselves, their mind coming out of the brain and watching themselves act. Symptom of derealization. The people will become stranger to their environment. And there is comorbidity too. The level of depression is 7 times higher than in general population for people with psychotrauma. And addictions. There is a risk of dependence to alcohol, which is multiplied by 2, and to drugs multiplied by 3. People who have those symptoms are in a state of acute stress. And if the symptoms
Щиро перепрошуємо.
Sorry very much, but it is air alert when we have to suspend the event, and after its completion, we will come back and we will continue with our panel discussions following the order. Please stay safe.
Welcome trio from Zakarpattia Forum. Thank you for staying with us during this alarm. We are grateful to the armed forces of Ukraine for their defense of ours and for the chance to continue our panel discussion. For those who have just joined us, I would like to remind that our panel discussion is entitled How Ukraine Will Build a Military Rehabilitation System, Transcarpathia as a Historical Health Resort in Europe. Our speakers today are Yevhen Kotek, Deputy Minister of Veteran Affairs of Ukraine, Ivan Verenyuk, Professor of the Uzhhorod National University, Katerina Zinovieva, Doctor of Physical Rehabilitation Medicine, Thierry Lisier, Clinical Psychologist, and the discussion is moderated by Natalia Kavati, Director of the Committee for Medical Care in Transcarpathia. We have finished at a very interesting point, and I see that we were talking about the symptoms and comorbidities that trauma may cause. Therefore, Thierry, please proceed with your presentation, just for us to understand what we are talking about and what we shall do with it in the future.
Thank you. Yes, before interruption, I just finished to present the symptoms that people who suffer psychotrauma can develop. And I was stressing on the fact that at the first stage, people are in a state of acute stress. And if the symptoms last for more than 1 month, then they are reputed to as having post-traumatic stress disorder, the famous PTSD you probably have heard of. So, what can be the answers at individual level? So, we must have in mind first that trauma implies losses, the loss of sense of security, the loss of hope and initiative, the loss of dignity, the loss of control over his own life and future. And all those invisible wounds can sometimes lead the people to commit suicide. So if considering symptoms I just described before and associated to those negative mental thoughts, we understand why people who suffered psychotrauma often think they are becoming crazy. So, to understand what is going on, it's necessary to take a short diversion into the functioning of the brain. We are interested in 2 areas here. The prefrontal cortex, with which we reason, we take decisions, etc., and the limbic system, which is here the control tower of our emotions. In this limbic system is the amygdala, a nucleus that constantly receives and evaluates sensory information. Functioning as an alert system, the amygdala complex of the brain decodes stimuli in order to direct and dictate behavioral responses. So, in common situation of fear, for example, we are walking in the forest and suddenly we see something dark and long a few meters away. The situation will be transmitted to the brain in 2 ways. A fast mode to the amygdala to create rapid neurochemical activation, adrenaline and stress hormone, cortisol, to enable us to adopt the necessary protective attitude as quickly as possible in case what we have seen is a snake. And a slow mode to the cortex for analysis of the situation, which will enable us to see that it is a simple stick of wood. This information is then back to the amygdala, which will act in turn on the brain to extinguish the stress responses and to store in the memory new information that will be useful during future exposure to a similar stressor. So, in the case of a traumatic event, the brain is not prepared to deal with such intense fear, and the amygdala will become saturated and unable to receive information from the prefrontal cortex. Then the events will be fixed in the emotional memory. From there, it means that people with trauma are not crazy. And trauma symptoms are normal reaction to the situation, and that those situations which are abnormal. So, a lot of therapy and protocol exist at individual level. I will only mention two of them which seem appropriate for our purpose. First, the EMDR, eye monitoring, desensitization, and reprocessing. There, the subject must immerse himself or herself intensely in the stressful emotions, while the therapist provokes sensory stimulation, such as moving his fingers rapidly in front of the person's face. And this stimulation with the movement of eyes will restructure the traumatic information in the cortex and no longer in the limbic brain, and the recoding induced by the eye movements will reduce the emotional charge associated with the memory. This has been scientifically proven. Another one is the somatic experience. I mention it because it was caught to me by a Ukrainian psychologist who is she's working in Kiev. With somatic experience, the client's attention is directed toward internal sensation, interoception, proprioception, and kinesthesis, and finally act as mindfulness therapy. That's for individual level. So, let's speak now about the communities, because they have also been psychologically injured. Because building a psychological and emotional balance and building harmonious social relationship are as indispensable and necessary as food and shelter to the development of each person and to the cohesion of the community. So, we will not erase the trauma. Then we will focus on person's ability to live differently. And so it comes the proposal of a systemic and contextualized approach of the individual, allowing people to reformalize their way of living and thus to build their own survival strategy. So, how will we do that? If we consider that psychological covers feeling, emotion, thoughts, beliefs, and social tradition, value, family, relationship, etc. So we will examine how the situation affects the individual's emotion, thoughts, behavior, etc. How the situation affects the relationship between people. And we will work on the close link between social relation and individual factor. Here, the purpose is more to take care rather than healing. So, I'm not going to detail of this shopping list of psychosocial potential actions. Just mention 2 or 3 of them. The creation of a place of reference where the person feels safe. Remember the loss of sense of security. Creation of a place where people feel safe and can recreate a network. They can share experience. They can re-establish a routine and go back to normal life. The development and promotion of groups of discussion, group of mutual aid, group of shared activities. The power of group is huge in terms of self-esteem, increasing in terms of breaking solitude, etc., etc. Community mobilization action inform the community. So, taking care rather than healing, and leave no one aside. It's very important. Because no one has the right to suffer, but rejecting some people who suffered is a double punishment for them. The most common case we see in post-conflict situation is that of women or girls who have been raped. Because they are women and human beings above all who need help more than being rejected. And this benevolence must also be exercised towards minorities, because here is the future of the community's social cohesion, which is at stake. And furthermore, it's necessary to accept too that mental health subject is not a taboo. Last point about the involvement at institutional level. So first, I want to present to you the IASC Mental Health Care Pyramid. IASC Interagency Standing Committee is the informal organization that brings together humanitarian actors and United Nations bodies involved in mental health in crisis situations. This pyramid goes from the simplest implementation of mental health care at the bottom to the most specialized and complex mental health care at the top. And this pyramid shows us that as you move towards specialized services, the costs increase and the needs decrease. For this reason, the focus should be on community-based care, either at the community level or at primary healthcare level. For the purpose of this presentation, I just looked for the result in Bosnia-Herzegovina, where many citizens suffered violent trauma. And then after the war, there has been implementation of 74 community mental health centers, campaigns to destigmatize mental illness, creation of clinical centers in major cities, implementation of mental health promotion programs in school, international advocacy groups, collaboration on mental health legislation. And so despite the struggles of the past half-century, Bosnia and Herzegovina has become an example of positive mental health care restructuring. And the last point, the situation in my country, in France, where mental health is the #1 health insurance expense in France. And moreover, the solutions are often based on pills. Also, to reduce these costs and to escape the systematic drug response, French government has launched this year a system called MyPsy that allows everyone to benefit from reimbursed sessions with a psychologist approved by the French National Health Insurance after validation by the GP. The experimental period had shown that mental health costs had been significantly reduced with that scheme. So lesson learned, it is humanly preferable for the person and financially less costly for the community to see a psychologist than to resort to medication, even if they are sometimes necessary. And so, to conclude, and sorry for I've been too long maybe, first of all, I would like to remind you the definition of health given by the WHO. Health is not merely the absence of disease or infirmity, but a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. Physical, mental, and social. Second point, trauma symptoms are normal reactions to situations that are abnormal. Finally, good mental health is an essential condition for relationship between people, a factor of peace building, and for this, the best thing to do is not to consider this subject taboo nor to stigmatize, but to welcome everyone and leave no one aside. I thank you for your attention.
Дякуємо, Thierry. Ну, направду в нас
Thank you very much, Thierry. Definitely, mental health is to some extent a taboo topic, and probably our colleagues have some questions. Probably you are, as an expert of public health, you might ask something. Thank you. Thank you very much for invitation. And I do have one question to Thierry, and I will probably be a bit long in terms of formulation. The topic of providing mental health is the topic which is discussed very often in Ukraine. So my question will be like that. Who, in your opinion, in Ukraine can be provider of mental health services at the level of communities. In our case, probably we are talking about territorial communities. And who should initiate these changes within the system of mental health services and probably psychiatric health services in Ukraine? Thank you.
Good question. So I don't know the ecosystem of health in Ukraine. So I can give an answer of type of actions which are generally put in place. And according to me, the first thing would be to create a task force at the central level. And this task force made up with experts in mental health and with representatives of ministries. And I say ministries, not only the Ministry of Health, but also the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Youth, if it exists, of women's rights, of elderly people, of pension, and the Ministry of Interior. Why? Because mental health is not only a health subject, it's a cross-cutting, definitely cross-cutting issue. And we should find mental health in schools, in sport, and everywhere in life. So it's important that ministries are involved in this task force. And this task force should be relayed at regional level by regional task force, and then to make a link between what could be a national public policy in terms of mental health and connected to the needs on field. That's for me, that would be the first thing to do. After, there are a lot of actions that must be implemented. I don't know if you want, I go to detail now, but on field, the creation of a networking of primary health care center where people can find a first level of mental health head and a system of referral. I show the pyramid, and so if the answer cannot be found at PHC level, to find it at a community center level in major cities. And the vocational training of people employed in this PHC is a major point. So 2 levels of training. At the first stage, PHC employees can use the mental health gap, image gap, issued by the WHO. It's the differential diagnosis tool issued by WHO to compensate the lack of professionals in mental health in a lot of countries. And after, vocational training of clinical psychologists. Yesterday, I had a look on figures of the Mental Health Atlas. It's a document issued regularly by WHO with data on mental health for country, members of WHO. And the figures are from, of 2020 for Ukraine and 2017 for France. And I saw that in Ukraine there is 5.6 psychiatrists for 100,000 inhabitants, and in France 20.9. So it's 3.7 more higher in France for psychiatrists. And for psychologists, there is 0.9 for 100,000 inhabitants in Ukraine and 10.9 in France. So 12 times, 12 more higher psychologists. 3.7 more higher for psychiatrists, 12 more higher for psychologists. So we see with these figures the way the countries have decided to orient mental health, and so it could be to implement vocational training for psychologists, clinical psychologists, and after action of awareness in cities and put in place facilitating access to care. I hope I answer your question. Thanks.
Дякую, Thierry, дякую.
Thank you, Thierry. Yesterday, there was a statement from the Breton mayor that higher education should be flexible. He was talking about business issues, but now we are talking about social and medical issues. How higher education is ready for the challenges posed to us by the current situation. Does the university have any vision about it? Because Katarina was talking how we can build the system if we lack the experts. Thierry has given us the statistics, and we are talking about the country that doesn't have the war. So what the university circles think, how university education is flexible, and how it is trying to address these issues. Thank you, Natalia. That's probably I'm the last one in our panel discussion. Probably I will somehow sum up the points mentioned by our dear panelists before me. We are talking about rehabilitation, physical rehabilitation, providing rehabilitation services in the area of, so to say, somatic rehabilitation, and immediately we raise the point of experts. We are talking about psychosocial rehabilitation, mental rehabilitation, and again, we are talking about staff, we are talking about personnel. Now in mass media, we have lots of news about different centers and clusters of rehabilitation assistance. They provide services to both military men and to IDPs. And they exist to provide rehabilitation services. Well, we can take huge amount of money, build great rehabilitation centers, install state-of-the-art technologies and equipment. The key question is, who is going to work in these rehabilitation centers, how competent they will be in providing very specific health services, which cannot be compared to the services provided during peacetime. And the question is how we can fill in this staff deficit. For many years, we have been working on a very interesting project. Unfortunately, we did not work in the way we wanted to work because we were impeded by the COVID. Now our activities are hampered a bit due to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. But at the same time, I would like to provide our vision of training people for the so-called multidisciplinary teams. We have been talking about multidisciplinary teams in rehabilitation, in mental health, and now I would like to show you my presentation, and I would like to provide our vision. Developing rehabilitation system in Ukraine, staff training component. The matter is that currently, both in Ukraine and all over the world, when we are talking rehabilitation, we are talking about the following. The best form of rehabilitation is multidisciplinary team. The organizational component, the structural component is multidisciplinary team, and it is written so in the law of Ukraine on healthcare. It is included into a number of resolutions of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, orders of the Ministry of Healthcare and Ministry of Education, etc. But we have developed our own vision and our own project. This is our vision of our university in combination with our partners. And our goal is to build up sustainable and efficient system of training staff to provide, attention, all the services, social and therapeutic ones, and we include here psychological assistance, and we also include here resocialization services. And you will understand now why all the components are included into this system on the basis of multidisciplinary approach. And I would say that in some communities, medical communities. They are already talking about multidisciplinary medical teams, not only rehabilitation teams. So our vision that we formed about 2 years ago. So on the basis of our university, we have a structural department, for example, a faculty responsible for training multidisciplinary rehabilitation team as the unified functional and structural unit. Probably we should say training the members of such multidisciplinary team, but we view this multidisciplinary team as a unified unit. Here you see the example of this multidisciplinary team. This is a model. It can be expanded, it can be narrowed. We can add here, for example, an expert in prosthetic devices or any other medical experts, but this is a broad model. By the way, very few medical institutions can boast of having such a rehabilitation team. Definitely, they do not have, for example, the speech therapist, because this position was included quite recently. Here you see this big team of experts who would take care of the client. We can have a look at this team from the viewpoint of our university. We have been implementing these projects for a couple of years already, and we were doing it step by step. And currently we train in our university some experts who might become members of such multidisciplinary team. This is physical therapist, clinical psychologist, ergotherapist, nurse, an assistant of the physical therapist, doctor, and we would like to open the speech therapy unit, and we would like to introduce new major. This is social worker in the field of healthcare. Moreover, we understand that we need another expert, a new one. This is the accompanying expert, and we work with one of the Swiss committees and the Committee of Medical Assistance, and we would like to introduce a new major. This is the accompanying expert, and it will be junior bachelor. And in blue, this will be the major that we plan to open at our university. So when we are talking about university, and our university is a classical one, hosting 15,000 students. So what is important is to train these experts at one faculty. And we have this stage-by-stage training scheme or multidisciplinary team. So here you see junior bachelors, a nurse, an accompanying nurse, then bachelor level and master level. And the idea is that all these specialties are intertwined. So a person who enters the university may have one specialty at the level of junior bachelor, another keen specialty at the level of master, the second one at the level of bachelor, and the third one at the level of master. And by doing this, a person will expand his or her competence as an expert. And these connections are agreed with the national training standards. But this is not the most important here. We understand that these should take place within one structural element. Why? Because we can create new education conditions, a new model of organizing educational process, and I will demonstrate it right now. It is related to the fact that within a multidisciplinary team, which is often discussed right now, there are two types of connections. Those of therapeutic influence, they are indicated by bold arrows, and they are aimed at the client. So this is client-centric model. But there are also information connections, and they take place both between the members of this team. They also take place with the client, and the best way is to have a case manager who will be responsible for all these connections and who will be responsible for the plan of providing assistance to this particular client?
Факультет чому?
Only one faculty, because we have seen a new form of training in this, a new form of training of our, I wanted to say members of a multidisciplinary team, but let it say the training of the team itself. The point is that I have communicated with a lot of colleagues from other countries, and they are having the same process. Every specialist is trained under their own under different educational programs. But we decided to take the curriculum. You can see the general training and professional training cycles. So we will leave the general training cycles there where they are in every curriculum, while the professional training, vocational training cycles should be merged. And we would train our specialists not by their specialties, but directly within the multidisciplinary team. So we have several groups. We have one ergotherapist, one physiotherapist, one medical nurse, one social worker in each group. They are already a team, and they are trained in their professional disciplines within this team on the basis of the so-called problem-centric or case studies. In this case, we are going to have graduates who are already specialists in their own field, who can cooperate with other specialists, who know how to do this in a team and who knows how to plan their activity to provide comprehensive assistance to the client. We think that this model of training is the best one as for now, because using this model, we will be able to bridge this gap and to solve the problem of shortage of staff. I think that all experts in the field of rehabilitation and mental health do know it perfectly well, that the issue of rehabilitation is now as acute as it has never been, and it will be acute, will remain relevant not only until our victory, but many years after the war. And let me show where we will be implementing this. Oh, sorry, it didn't work. So thank you for attention. We just wanted to show you what center we are building, where this will be taking place, and where services are going to be provided. So here it is. Thank you. So it is the place where this will be happening. There will be a rehabilitation center, well-equipped one in the two first premises stories, and in the next stories we will have training classes. So those who know Uzhhorod, this is between the first and the second hostels of Uzhhorod National University. We are rebuilding it. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. But I have a question to you. So who's going to be the lecturers there, the teachers there? Because that's all about the same story. We can build a very nice building, but how are we getting ready for that? And who will actually be conveying the messages and lecturing at this university? And what is the university now doing in this respect? Thank you for this perfect question. I've mentioned that for 2 years we have already been implementing this project. And in the first 2 phases of implementation, and the point is that Natalia is directly involved in the implementation of this project, and she is asking this question. So we started with training of our lecturers, training of trainers. This is the first phase. The point is that really we have a great gap. I can tell you that the whole system of educational system of Ukraine has shortage of professional teachers and lecturers because of the new occupations and the new needs. We do have gaps in our curricula. We are now introducing changes because we have new needs caused by the war. And we have started inviting on a regular basis lecturers and professionals from other countries. We have had them from Switzerland, Germany, Lithuania. And these are the people who are holding classes with our students in the presence of our lecturers. And in the project that we are implementing together with the Swiss side,
There are several phases. The first phase is that Swiss specialists come here, work for about a month with our students in the presence of lecturers, of teachers, and next year our lecturers work with the next generation of students, with the next year of students, while Swiss specialists are staying there in the classes, and this is kind of mentoring. We have had already several phases like this, but I might tell you that we have a great plan for the implementation of dual education and involvement of practitioners. And here we have Katerina, with whom we are also implementing a very interesting project, a new innovative project as for Ukraine. So around the year, all our students can get some credits for internship in her clinic, and they can thus polish their and develop their practical skills. That's the only way out for today. Unfortunately, we don't have enough funding to hire lecturers from other countries and pay their job the way they are paid in their countries. So this is only about volunteer help. Katerina, and what about your cooperation with the university? What do you think of that? Well, I've got several clarifications concerning your presentation. So the first thing about this accompanying lecturer whom you mentioned, accompanying specialist who will be supporting the patient all the time. Now, this is done by the doctor. If there is a medical target, so how can a person without medical background be accompanying this patient? I'm trying just to clarify this because that's my interpretation of what you said. Let me give the answer. The doctor is on the top of the pyramid. Case manager, or this accompaniment specialist, is the person who deals with communication. Suppose the doctor says, this patient needs a consultation with a doctor of that specialty. And the task of the case manager or the accompanying specialist is to ensure that there is an agreement made with that other doctor, or some medicines are necessary for the patient, and the patient cannot go to the drugstore, for example. So this case manager will go to the drugstore and bring this medicine. So this is the model which is very much widespread in the field of social diseases, socially important diseases throughout the world. And I think that this model will work in Ukraine quite well. This is junior specialist, junior bachelor level. But there will be two tiers, right, Katya? So Ivan actually told about the following. We call it a sanitation nurse. We have a lot of them. And this issue actually appeared, this notion actually appeared to be the person. Well, I know what you mean, but because I went to Germany, I went to Austria, I went to the US, I know what you are talking about. In Germany, they call it Pflege, or the caretaker, but that is not case manager. So I want you to realize that these are two different things. This cannot be a case manager, because case manager is doing an absolutely different thing. He doesn't have medical background. But if we take about the carer, the sanitation nurse, well, he's performing his functions, but he cannot perform communication. That's my vision, and I think that we still need to discuss those issues later on. If we speak about the work within the framework of our cooperation with the university, that's true that we have a lot of students, university students coming after lunch or before lunch, because they have some shifts there. And they join us as volunteers. We train them, we teach them from the practical point of view. They are really of help for us, and this is the issue of carers or caregivers. We tell them what they have to do, and they take care of patients. They do what we tell them to. And at the same time, they start realizing what their function in a multidisciplinary team is. And by the way, we have a speech therapist in our team. Well, but anyway, we may say that
our team in the clinic is a full team. We have physical therapists, ergotherapists, assistants. We have students also coming to us. And if we speak about case managers, I can tell that this function is now performed by doctors, interns, who also join in our work. And they just act in practice. Maybe, I have a lot of remarks. Maybe I just need to be explained some details. Katrina, but I'm interested in a different thing. The point is that when we were discussing it with the ministry, you told about your plans for the future. You are still not licensed, but you would like to get a package for mental health. So what do you mean, and why has it become necessary now? Well, Yevhan has already mentioned this. This is related to the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. They have a program on mental health, under which there must be a mental health multidisciplinary team with a doctor, a psychiatrist, a psychologist, psychotherapist, and we have to submit an application to the National Health Service of Ukraine, which has to pay for every single case that we introduce into the unified state system. But the Ministry of Veterans Affairs clearly claims that they will not be duplicating the system the National Health Service has, because anyway, the National Health Service is paying now for the cases we register. But they would like to have their own system as far as mental health assistance is concerned. And there are a lot of psychologists who work as volunteers, and there is also an opportunity of engaging them in the team, in our team's work. So we could create in hospitals some mental health units, mental health rooms that would be paid for by the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. So that would be a different program, not the program financed by the National Health Service of Ukraine. And today in Zakarpattia region, we already have one program like this on the basis of a private institution. And I may tell you that the trend is that over the first months of their work, they reported 7 cases, and during the second month, it was already 30. So the number of cases is growing, and I can tell you that the team there is rather large. But they already see that they are reaching their limit, the limit of their capability for high-quality service provision. So we need more of those teams. And of course, we need to have more contracts with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. And what do you think, as experts, is this pyramid generally realistic? This experience from Bosnia and Herzegovina, decentralization of institutional protection of mental health. Is it realistic for Ukraine, or is it just an idealistic picture? Well, what I like is that I communicated with a lot of colleagues from the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, and everybody is on the same page. We need to pave our own way. Yes, we can take the elements of the experience of other European countries, global countries, but we need to build our own structure. It's like Zakarpattia. Here we can also build rehabilitation in a little bit different way. But again, this is my vision. I cannot tell you that this everybody thinks so. I'm of the opinion that this would be the best option because, for example, in the US, they have in their clinics a separate recreational unit. And we have a very good system of our sanatoria that could become resorts that could deal with recreation. And there should be physical therapists, ergotherapists, and in those sanatoria, we should be providing evidence-based rehabilitation. Not just, well, if I want, I have some phytotherapy. If not, then I don't, or Zacharit. That is the methodology. Whenever I think about physiotherapy room, I just imagine that there are some curtains there, and behind them there is some equipment with Zakarit. And if you need to explain at least to some foreign expert what it's all about, it's absolutely unrealistic because it's outdated. Yes, that was not evidence-based, of course. So everybody needs to realize that now in Ukraine we are rebuilding under the law on rehabilitation, 3 stages of rehabilitation, which means that in the conditions of Ukraine we have this acute, post-acute rehabilitation phases. And I'm sorry that handicapped has not entered Zakarpattia. They wanted to enter Zakarpattia, but it so happened. I feel sorry for that because they have very good training programs and they have been very much open, but it so happened. That's the issue of communication, probably. And I know it for sure that here in Zakarpattia, we also have to introduce this acute and post-acute rehabilitation because we have shortage of experts, shortage of teams, and it's difficult to provide the required assistance. But I think that also for Zakarpattia, it's necessary to think about long-term rehabilitation and recreation because we do have the resources. We have a very good system of sanatoria that could be providing these services at this 3rd stage. But we need to think about the reconstruction, rebuilding. It's really difficult to rebuild something that was built a century ago. So I hope that we will still manage to do this. And I would also like to mention that Zakarpattia could be working in one more direction. We are not thinking what will happen to the defenders of ours who are now 40, who are now 20, in 20 years. What will happen to them? Some of them will be 40, some of them will be 60, some of them will have their wife die. Some of them will not have children who could be taking care of them. There are some defenders who don't have 4 of their extremities. They've been amputated. So we should think about their self-care. And I think that Zakarpattia could be actually developing in this respect. Well, you have mentioned the keyword inclusion, and unfortunately, we are a non-inclusive country. And this barrier-free public spaces is something we don't have. I remember we used to work with students and we gave students the task to go to some public facilities and to make pictures of the barrier-free nature, to confirm this barrier-free nature of those public spaces. But that's a major problem, and unfortunately that issue can be solved only by the state, because when we do recovery and reconstruction, we have to rebuild it in a new way. And probably you could also tell one about decentralization of mental health. Well, the point is that deinstitutionalization of psychiatric care, because this is the generally accepted term with us, is a major challenge. If we study the experience of different countries of the world, there is at least one major analysis of this issue that says that there are different positive and negative experiences of implementation of different models. And the conclusion made by the specialists as a result of that meta-analysis runs as follows. Without good training, without good preparation, and this deinstitutionalization of mental health cannot happen because it may lead to grave consequences in provision of mental health aid. So we need to be careful. We need to think it over at what stage the system of healthcare and the psychiatric service could be transferring psychiatric services to patients to the primary level, to the community level. Who could be service provider at the community level? Just let's ask a very simple question. Let's ask ourselves. There is the notion of compliance. If the level of compliance is low, a person might get a lot of problems with mental health. So who will ensure support, high levels support of this high level of compliance? Who will be dealing with this? And I communicate a lot with family doctors. I don't know what will happen after our victory, but for many years we have been overloading our family doctors. We were providing more and more functions to them for them to perform. We were giving more tasks to them. They need to do this, to do that, to deal with TB, to control all socially important diseases, to ensure vaccination.
І коли їм зараз знову
And now, when any of the narrow specialists start saying, okay, and this function probably could be transferred to the primary care level. Well, I agree that the pyramid our distinguished colleague has been talking about is important, and the cost of services in the primary care unit is much lower than in the secondary, in the tertiary level. That's true. But let's also think about quality, because the cost, if the cost is different, the quality may be different. In Ukraine, we do have specialists who deal with this. I'm not a specialist in psychiatry, but I can see a lot of things as a specialist of public health and administrator. And I think that we need to either be looking for our own model, or we need to adjust the models of other countries. Yes, because if we take into account the package that has been suggested by the National Health Service, and also the package suggested by the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, that's again all about doctors, psychiatrists. But we have shortage of psychiatrists. That's why this is the issue. Well, not probably for our level to solve, but the state needs to realize that this problem exists. And higher educational institutions need to also think about that. The profession is probably not that much popular, but mental health campaigns should be conducted already now and today. We don't know how our children will be responding to the events. So let's say our children went to bomb shelters during alerts, and we don't know how they will be responding to such things. We have had a break in our discussion. Probably it's also going to be traumatic experience for some of us. So it's not only about servicemen. It's a very urgent issue. And when we claim that we are capable of developing further on and becoming a historical health resort, so I think that we cannot mention these points as yet. I'm sure that we can. Well, at the moment, probably not, but we can really think about that for the future, because we have a great university. I truly believe in our university. And you know what? It would be good if the university involved more practitioners. That would really help. As Ivan has mentioned, we lack funding to pay all experts for their engagement, but that is the problem of Ukraine, of the state, because that is a post-Soviet state, and unfortunately we still have a lot of post-Soviet elements in this country. A psychiatrist seems to be an executor, and if I go to a psychologist, this means that I have a mental disorder. This is the stereotype we still have. And also in Ukraine, we have a lot of good specialists, and it's not always necessary to involve foreign trainers to train our specialists and experts. But again, we are a post-Soviet country, and if somebody comes from abroad, this means that this person is much better than the experts working with us. Again, this stereotype. So it would be really good to engage more practitioners. It would be good if the lecturers of the university came and also learned the practical skills as their students do. That's not the issue to discuss here. That's the issue for lecturers. And I have another question to Thierry. How are specialists trained in France? Do you face the same problem? Does France face the same problem? Because for some reason we always try to copy what is in France with all its bureaucracy, where the processes are complicated. So we would like to listen to your experience in this.
In France, there are two types of professionals, professionals with a state diploma and professionals with a private training. So professionals with a state diploma are the psychiatrists and the clinical psychologist. And professional with private training are psychotherapists, psychopractical, etc., psychoanalysts. And for psychiatrists and clinical psychologists, I can mention two things. First, there is a lack of psychiatrists in France, despite the figures I mentioned before, because 20 years ago they decided to reduce the number of students in medicine university because they expected the evolution of the population not as big as it has been in reality, and so. We have some psychiatrists coming from Lebanon, coming from Morocco, coming because there is a lack of them. And second, for the clinical psychologist, it's the contrary. There is a lot of clinical psychologists, not enough, according to me, but there is a lot of clinical psychologists. But in terms of training, the diploma is obtained after 5 years of studies in university, and maybe, but it's only a personal point of view. It could be a little bit more, because when you are 18 years old and you finish with baccalaureate and high school and you enter in psychology study, it means that at 23 years old, you are a psychologist and you are in front of people of 40, 50, 60 years old with difficult stories, etc. And are those young men ready to be in face of that kind of difficulties? And there is a psychologist, a trade union in France, which is advocating to extend the length of study and to make it the same as for general practitioners, 7 years. And so 2 years on field before obtaining the diploma. So we have a lot of psychologists, we have a lot of psychiatrists, but we have difficulties too.
Well, the time of our session is coming to the end. Therefore, probably the final words from you, the 3 steps that should be done now for us to be able to speak at least short-term strategy available tomorrow. We are talking about development of our rehabilitation system. Definitely, this is education. More practical skills should be given to the students, and in my opinion, more compliance with university. Well, we do have good compliance, but probably I would like to have more compliance with university on the part of hospitals, not only at the level of our hospital, but I want all the hospitals in the region to have this compliance, for the region to have enough physical rehabilitation therapists and ergotherapists. And I want us to believe in ourselves. We have this minority complex. We somehow think that we are minor than others. We have experience which is probably unique. not only in Europe, but also all over the world. So we can do everything. We have all the necessary strengths to do it. Ivan, please. I fully support what has just been said and the components mentioned, but I also think that at the systemic level, we have to slightly change the system of training. There are lots of nuances related to healthcare system training in general. And Katarina has said that the hospitals, the clinical basis, I think that the lawmaker should take the decision and establish university clinics, not only as the training points, but also as medical services providers. So far, it has not been regulated in Ukraine. And then we shall have the natural way of changing the training of our medical experts and doctors. I think this decision, which should be in the focus of our attention, well, we see that this topic is discussed, and we do not have any other way but to continue our activities and continue our development. Thank you. Thank you, dear moderator. Thank you, dear speakers. And I would like to remind you that for security reasons, our forum takes place online. You can watch our discussions online in Facebook and YouTube. Also, you can read Varosh edition and editions of the Center of European Strategy. All the discussions are available in English and in Ukrainian. And our final discussion for today, but I think it will be one of the most important. Native Europe, the role of Ukraine in the formation of the new Central Europe. And I invite the moderator of this panel discussion, literary critic Tetiana Oharkova, and the speakers, Volodymyr Yermolenko, Ukrainian philosopher, chief editor at Ukraine World, new president of Ukrainian PEN, Krzysztof Czyżewski, initiator of the Borderland Foundation from Poland, and Alvydas Nikžentaitis, president of Lithuanian National Historians Committee. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I'm happy to welcome our guests, our speakers. Thank you for invitation. We are the last panel during the forum, but the topic of our discussion is very interesting, is deeply philosophical. Here with us today are the following people. I'm a literary critic, I study literature. We have a historian, we have a poet, a cultural figure, we have a philosopher. Probably we shall not be talking about practical things as were the discussions in the previous panel, but we shall discuss the philosophical topic. What we call Europe, what is Central Europe, what is the place of Ukraine? And I think this discussion is also very important, and it has become even more topical due to these tragic events, due to this war. I do not know whether you have noticed, but the name of the panel has the word combination Native Europe. And we have the Milosz book, and there was a Ukrainian translation of his book published in 2008. I remember Oleg Gnatyuk and Volodymyr being present at that presentation, and I remember us reading that fantastic book. But also we have the word combination Central Europe in the name of the panel. So we shall try to outline that idea of Central Europe, and we have here the presence of Milan Kundera and his ideas of Central Europe. So we shall talk about Ukraine with representatives of Poland and Lithuania, but we also discuss some other countries. We shall discuss new Ukraine, because we think that during the last 8 months, the events are developing very quickly, and probably the leadership has some new dimension. Is Ukraine Europe? Does Ukraine belong to Europe? This question has also been discussed for many years. Now I have a joke. This summer, I have written an article for one of the French journals, Res, and the editor paid attention to one sentence. I was writing about Ukraine and response of the Europeans to this war, and there was a sentence that the European governments do not want a war to knock on the doors of the Europeans. And the editor said, well, you should write, the European governments do not want the war to knock at the doors of other Europeans, because, well, you do not want to say that Ukrainians are not Europeans. And if 2 or 3 years ago, the editor probably would not pay attention to this fact. So we mainly work with the Western Europe. We communicate with the French, with the Germans, and this Europeanness idea of Ukraine has become even stronger after this military aggression. Now it is specified in some actions. Ukraine has become a candidate to the EU. And my first question will be to Volodymyr, if possible. The question will be how we can outline these two notions, native Europe and Central Europe. What is the crossing point and where is the place of Ukraine? Well, you have mentioned two writers, Miloš and Kundera, and it's actually very interesting to compare them. We all remember the essay of Milan Kundera, The Tragedy of Central Europe. For the Central Europe, this essay was of great importance, and I think that then Europe has started moving ahead of Kundera in two aspects. First of all, there was a political decision that Poland, the Czech Republic, Hungary, the Baltic states, Romania, Bulgaria would become the part of the European community and then European Union. And how Kundera defines the Central Europe maximum diversity, minimum space. Now there is another slogan, unity in diversity. This is the slogan of the European Union. Probably it's not always implemented, but at least it exists. But for us as the Ukrainians, there was a challenge. Kundera identified Central Europe as the stolen West, and the boundaries of the stolen West were along the western borders of the USSR, and logically on our western borders. I'm talking about Ukraine here. And it seems to me this problem is quite significant, because in 1990s, after collapse of the Soviet Union, there was probably some hidden consensus, and nobody was willing to talk about this consensus. And this consensus was that USSR should continue existing, but probably in another form. Some so-called empire where there is one center and there are subordinate countries. And this clear demarcation between the stolen West and non-West or non-Europe is always problematic, is always challenging or problem-causing. And I take a look at it and I say that probably we cannot identify ourselves as stolen West, but we also cannot mark the boundaries so clearly, because these boundaries are not borders between civilizations, but these are boundaries of values, and European values are moving to the east. And now we are talking about that boundary or border when we have this border with the occupied territories. Another moment in Kundera that, in my opinion, is problematic. This concept of Central Europe was born in the following way. It was the post-liberal version of Habsburg Empire. So this is the Habsburg Empire that collapsed, but had the element of maximum diversity at minimum space. But anyway, that was the empire. And in Ukraine, there was a very popular image of Habsburg in Europe. It is very interesting for us. It was mentioned in our literature, in Halachana literature, Lviv literature. And there is also a problem here. Whatever the Habsburg Empire is, good or bad in comparison with the Russian Empire, still it was an empire. Native Europe is more interesting, in my opinion, because it does not have this imperial myth. It probably operates the republican myth. I think that this opposition of European history is the opposition between the idea of empire and the idea of republic. Empire has one center and doesn't have any borders because it wants to expand all the time. The republic may not have one center, but it definitely has its clear borders. And I think we have to rewrite or to review, in the positive meaning of this word, history of our region using anti-empire terms, because Russia imposed this empire narrative on us, stating that here Russia was all the time and empire was present all the time. But we, as the Ukrainians, the Hungarians, the Slovaks, the Czechs, may think how we can describe the history of Central Europe as non-empire history, as the history of the Republic. For Ukrainians, for the Poles, for the Lithuanians, it will be obvious, because we can describe the history of these countries using these terms. For example, we can take the concept of Great Principality, or Rzecz Pospolita was also republic. And let's think what Kievan Rus was. It was not an empire. It was half feudal republic. So these are my ideas. Thank you. A very important point about empire and anti-empires that may be present in this Central Europe. And I would probably add that we should review history and also think about the future. And my next question will be to Mr. Krzysztof Czyżewski. It is interesting that in 1990s you have founded the Center Borderland Foundation, and this term borderland always presupposes that, for example, there is a center and there is a border or boundary or borderline. And Volodymyr was speaking about the concept of Europe that actually was looking at the current borders of Ukraine. So do you think it coincides with the meaning of your understanding of borderline in 1990s? And how do you understand this meaning now? Has anything changed?
My center is called Borderland Foundation Center, and there is very often a mistaken way of translating it into English from pogranicze to borderline foundation or center, and to find the difference between the borderland and the borderline is, I think, at the core of the spirit what Rodinna Europa is. Because, especially in the West, they have this concept of a sharp borders, borderlines, in terms that you are really divided one from another. And so it was easy to invent national states borders, which was not so common for this part of Europe for many decades. And for example, for Miłosz, to be a citizen of Grand Duchy of Lithuania, that's how he liked to call himself about his identity, because he did not feel at home in the narrow national state borders, which excluded, for example, of his homeland the place he was born in today's Lithuania. So when he, for example, when he emigrated from, I use this term emigrated, but it was the same state, in the pre-war time in the 30s. He went from Vilnius to Warsaw. For him, it was an emigration because the Warsaw, it was another culture, yes, something which is beyond the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in a cultural tradition terms. And what it means, and that's why he invented this word rodzinna, which I think it's very difficult also to translate into English. Well, I have this problem with my students in Bologna University and they study political science, you know, Europeistic, and for them really it is shocking that in the 50s somebody wrote a book about Rodzinna Europa, which means, you know, in Italian it is translated like Mia Europa. It's a little bit from your anecdote, yes, or Otra Europa in Spain, La Autre in France, the other Europe, yes? But it is not about the other Europe. It is something what we can share together as a common, as a family, as something we feel to belong to. And he started to write this book in Switzerland, yes, at that moment. Today I've met such a person in Uzhhorod. You know, there is a cafe, Snack, and Yuri Rusnak met me there, and he spoke in 7 languages. He has some Hungarian, Slovak, Romanian. He was a professor of Romanian language in Uzhhorod school. But what was really about him is that all this is his. Yeah, he was not speaking about different minorities of Uzhhorod as it would happen in Western tradition, okay? But you are from this district or you are from there. No, it was all belonging to him as rodzinny Uzhhorod, yeah? As rodzinny, as a common space of culture. And I think this is something what we lost in Europe. Yeah, as a cultural tradition. You know, we have borderlines in the West. Yeah, we have as sharp borders of identities. And to open it up, it's not really easy. We open it in the concept of multiculturalism, you know, but it's all about being different and defending your difference, yes, and struggling for your difference. But there is no common space, yes, common culture. We do not have in Europe the understanding of culture as something what is in common. Yeah, we have. Look, we have, and we take it from Western Europe. We have now Mickiewicz Institute. You have Ukrainian Institute. Yes, we have Goethe, Cervantes. With the mission to promote and defend our own cultures. Yes, in the sphere of Europe, and the culture in European Union is delegated to the competence of national states. That's what we did with culture in Europe. So I think it is a problem. We have Europe as a political concept. We have Europe as an economical one, but we do not have Europe as a culture project. Yeah. So when you ask me about what Ukraine can contribute to that, or the concept of Central Europe and so on, I would see here the chance that it will come from this part of Europe, and I agree with Volodymyr about these narrow borders of Central Europe, of Milan Kundera. Yeah, that's the problem we had at the beginning of 90s when I invented this so-called Central European Culture Forum. We invited people from Ukraine, like Yuri Andruchowicz, from Czech, Slovak, Hungary, Balkans. But for our friends, in Lithuania, for our friends coming from former Habsburg Empire, it was really difficult to understand why Ukrainians are with us on the Central European Culture Forum. For them, or Belarusians, yes, or Lithuanians, for them it was something from another world. Yes, so at that moment, I remember we invented this term Central Eastern Europe to embrace our eastern neighbors to the whole sphere. But I agree that it is still a problem with this former empire's border. But the way how we will manage it today in places like Uzhhorod here and other, there is, I think, something new or reborn or reopen, like our forum is called, for Europe, so that the impact can come from that part of Europe. I remember in that time, it was a time, maybe one more remark, why we had problems in Poland with Central Europe. In a certain moment, because it was strong in the 80s, but when we achieved independence in 1989, we stopped to think about ourselves as Central Europeans. So in Gazeta Wyborcza, there was an appendix, a weekly one called Europa Centralna, Środkowa, Central Europe, but in 1990 it was closed down because the idea was that the Central Europe is over and now we belong to Europe. So, and not to be too provincial, to keep in the East, we should emancipate ourselves and being open to the whole Europe. But it was a trap, very dangerous, and we pay a ticket now for that in Poland, in Hungary, in many Central European countries, because it was, like an escape from your own background. Yes, it was much easier to talk about our problems, our situation in Brussels or Strasbourg, avoiding Polish-Lithuanian, Polish-Ukrainian, Ukrainian-Belarusian problems, tensions, and so on. So it was easy just to escape, not solving anything on your courtyard. And it came back because the lesson was not done, the work was not done. Then we have now problem of new tensions, new reaction of right-wing nationalism and so on, because it came back to us, yes, so there was no work done on that field. So that's, I also mean, why Central Europe is so important, because it is focusing you on your local ground or on your local neighborhood, on your neighbors around you, that this is something you should build Europe there, yes, where you are, not beyond the heads, beyond your neighbors, somewhere else. It is much easier. So for me, Central Europe is very realistic in that terms, that confronts you with the problems you have in your local homeland and so on.
Дуже дякую.
Thanks a lot. It's really interesting, and Ukrainians also have a lot of questions concerning this, because you are describing it from the point of view of Poland, which has really become a part of Europe institutionally. As a result of the EU expansion, it has become the EU member state. But that could be a realistic prospect for Ukraine, because we can see how much history gets accelerated. And Western Europe has already acknowledged that we already have the candidacy status, and in the reachable future, we can see this happen. So how do we stay together without losing our identity, including cultural identity? You are talking about some common European culture that could be in existence, but that's all about a whole range of problems Ukraine will also face, and Ukraine could show its identity, but at the same time it could learn the lessons and avoid the mistakes Poland had. Thank you. And now let me address Alvydas. You're a historian. You study historical memory. You address highly complicated topics. I have read some of your interviews about World War II, about the role of Lithuania, and we can see that now Lithuania, together with Poland and other Baltic states, do support Ukraine
very, very strongly in what we are experiencing now in this aggression of the Russian Federation. The first voices always come either from the Baltic states or from Poland to support us. So if we have a look at the concept of Central Europe, Family Europe, all the Central Eastern Europe, all our countries, and at the same time we take into account a rather tragic past and have a look at the Russian version, Russian propaganda version of our history, World War II including. So it may seem that this is a long, an outdated story, but actually we heard the word denazification in relation to Ukrainians on the 24th of February. So it seems that this World War II for Russians is still going on. What do you think, as a historian, how can we try and reconcile those multiple historical memories of the events that once took place? Thank you. In 2014, I actually promised myself that when Ukraine enters the EU, I will start speaking Ukrainian. I have already made some steps for this, and now I can understand everything, but I still do not speak Ukrainian, and I understand that I will have to hurry up with learning Ukrainian because the history is accelerating and I cannot postpone it any further. So if we have a look at this problem, or rather this range of problems of Central Europe, Western Europe, from the point of view of history and from the point of view of historical memory, we could also rely on the texts of Czesław Milosz and Milan Kundera. I have jotted down these names for myself. So we could actually tell one more important thing. There is a major difference between these two parts of Europe. And this difference primarily can be traced in the prevailing memories of those regions. Before Russia's war on Ukraine, we dealt with two authoritarian criminal regimes, and now we have the third one, the third criminal regime, which is actually the continuation of the communist regime. And the attitude to the past in those two totalitarian regimes has been dividing until recently Europe into Western and Central Europe. Central and Western Europe also have their identities and their key figures representing their identity. And since the end of the 20th century, no doubt we can be mentioning such a symbolic figure in Western Europe as the Holocaust. This was the crime of the times of World War II by the Nazi Germany. While Central Europe, that got liberated from the communist Russia, had a different symbolic figure representing its past. That was Gulag, or the communist past. And therefore, when we speak about our family Europe, native Europe, where we would like to live, we need to think here not only about reform, political, military, economic reforms, but we should also talk about Europe as a cultural project where different memories coexist
Miloš Kundera and Kundera focused on these topics. And I think that Russia's war on Ukraine gives us an absolutely different new chance for overcoming the barriers that now exist between Central and Western Europe. Because now it becomes clear, both in Central and in Western part of Europe, that all the three totalitarian regimes were criminal. And we cannot create any functioning and democracy-based, human rights-based society. We cannot create our native Europe, our family Europe, without overcoming the legacy of these two regimes, and now I would even say three totalitarian regimes. The moral authority of Ukraine is now very high as never before. And I can tell that Ukraine is a kind of a driving engine for future transformations in the field of culture, not just as a I see Ukraine not just an ally of Europe, but the center for transformations, the approximation and harmonization of these two figures I have mentioned, these two prevailing memories. This process has already been launched, and one of the most famous cultural memory researchers, Alaida Asma, first was a very ardent supporter of just one figure, but recently we can hear her talking more and more about the possibility of combining the memory of Holocaust and Gulag. And she claims that they are both important, but supporters of one cultural model should just respect the supporters of the other model. And here I can bow low to Krzysztof for what he's doing, because he really shows this respect and he creates this respect. Thank you. And by the way, you have touched upon the issue of availability of two or even three, if we take into account what is happening now, totalitarian criminal regimes. It appears that a lot of countries, your countries and Ukraine as well, get to this demarcation line, borderline. And all Ukrainians feel this. They coexist, they feel intertwined. And it was after 2014, by no accident, after the Euromaidan, the notion of Soviet occupation was actualized. And we started mentioning Soviet experience of Ukraine, which was also criminal. And I think you realize that the birth of this third totalitarian criminal regime is fully directed to the fact that the crimes of the second totalitarian regimes were not acknowledged and were not punished. As far as Germany is concerned, that happened. We at least could read this in the books, if not see it with our own eyes. We know everything about the Nuremberg trial. We know about the long path Germans went along, and we know that this process really took decades, the process of acknowledging the criminal nature of those actions. But this did not happen in Russia, and the war we are experiencing now is a direct consequence of this lack of acknowledgement, lack of recognition, moral recognition. And we hope that in the future, the result, the outcome of this war is going to be recognition of the criminal nature of this regime, because this war will never be completed if no punishment comes. Vladimir, let me address you. We have ongoing discussions about the absolute evil with you, whether one evil could be absolute and the other evil could just relative. I am very much concerned in this situation about the following. Ukraine, as well as Central European countries, are sometimes in between these two evils. And how do we still remain a subject entity? How do we not give up and perceive ourselves as the victim of occupation, though it looks like that? Well, now our army is showing how it is to be and what it means to be a subject entity. In particular, the news of yesterday do illustrate this. They show that the republic and democracy could be fighting the empire and could be a success. It seems to me that we should generally be viewing this war not just one more, unfortunately, war of Ukraine for independence, not just the war for European values, but the war which gives back trust to Europeans in themselves. And we keep talking about this. It's not only that Ukraine is getting something from Europe. We are also giving that other Europe a lot. Now we are talking about that other Europe, other Europeans. We're giving a lot to them. And it's not an invention. We are not making things up. Colleagues coming from Western Central Europe keep telling this to us. What do we give them? It seems to me the answer consists of two elements. The first thing is that European mentality over the recent decades has gone too far in respect of self-flaggishness. And when our friend Pascal Bruckner, the French philosopher, calls this the tyranny of repentance. Everybody has started repenting, and I think that this is also a reverse view of education in Europe, because in the 19th century, the West used to tell that it's the greatest good, and now it considers itself to be the greatest evil. It says that we need to all to repent, we need to understand Russia's point of view, and I keep showing this when seeing this when critical thinking in relation to oneself goes too far. And it seems to me that it's a major problem, because you're not going to build a society if you don't trust in yourself, in your values, if you're not self-confident and don't believe in your future. So it is a surprise, but I wrote back in 2014 on a rather primitive level about the Europe of rules and Europe of faith, not religious faith, but believing in oneself, self-confidence about your victory, about achievement of the goals you're striving to achieve. It seems to me that this is really important, and therefore here we're getting back to the ideas of native Europe, family Europe. Ukrainians also have some problems with the notion of family, because we have the brotherly nation, which we don't like now. But when we were entering this path of European integration, Russian propaganda was telling us that you are somehow rejecting friendship with the brotherly nations. But we wanted to have a society of partners and not brothers. We were thinking about some community that would be non-family one, that would be the society of friends, of partners. But it appeared that there's too little, and it appeared that it's also too little for Europe, because anyway, you want to stay in a family, because in the family, if you're lucky enough, you will have the warmest relationship. And when you go beyond the family, you have this battle, but it's only in the family I mean, not abusive family, you are going to be told that you are the best. You will be given this illusion of being the best. And that's anyway what happened in my family. And we also have this abusive family relationship in Ruski Mir, in Pax Russica. And we can see that actually one of the major problems, this is abuse in their families. This is abuse of children by parents, women by men. So this core, this nucleus of violence is burst out into their striving for having an empire. But it seems to me that the notion of family is anyway very interesting. And we talked about this with Peter Pomerantsev in some podcast, and he said that I can describe this fact only in that way. In some British villages, people who have never heard about Ukraine are putting Ukrainian flags on their houses. Why so? Because they want to stay in some sort of family. Europe is no longer the place of regulation and some plastic representatives of Brussels bureaucracy. Europe is gaining new senses. It's becoming more epic. It's gaining and acquiring history and also human stories. And getting back to your question about punishment, and I keep quoting you all the time, because you launched this idea into our information space back in 2014, this metaphor of crime without punishment. And in the Russian intellectual culture, they have this element. We understand it. It's about Dostoevsky's novel where no punishment comes, and where a person is kind of released from punishment. So I think that this lack of justice is the core here. It's the key element of European identity, of the European view of social life. This is the idea of right and justice, of truth and justice. And Europe ends up where this idea is no longer important, where it's devaluated. Why do I keep saying about certain crises of the notions of Central Europe if we take it in the sense suggested by Kundera? Because the borders of Europe are now where our armed forces are, or even further on in the occupied areas which are deoccupied by Ukraine. And it seems to me that the Ukrainian society, as mentioned yesterday by Alexandra Matvichuk, has the great demand for justice. And that's what actually distinguishes us from the Russians. And I keep quoting Valery Zaluzhny, our commander-in-chief, who in one of the articles said that the center of gravity for Russians in this war is not the territory, but the sense of impunity, of lack of punishment. Russians are waging a war to reconfirm for themselves that they will not be punished.
З такою метафорою аб'юзивної родини, так, в якій росіяни вважали, що в цій родині
I cannot but agree with this metaphor of abusive family and this fake idea of brotherhood. It has never been about equality, about fraternité, égalité, liberté, the way French people wanted it after the French Revolution. So it's not about these. It's about brotherhood when there is elder brother and younger brother. And I think you remember well the Russian myth about brotherhood peoples and Great Russia. It has always been based on domination, and this has always been vertical relations. This is not the empire where there is no center and no borders. This is the empire with dominating relationship, and there is one who dominates and there are victims. And the Ukrainian people, as well as many other peoples, were victims. Krzysztof, the question is to you. This is about brotherhood. So, from the beginning of full-scale invasion, we saw extraordinary things. We saw a reaction of Poland, of the Polish people. Millions of Ukrainians went to Poland. They were supported, they were assisted at humane level, at the level of solidarity, at the level of government, at the level of the presidents. We saw these presidential visits. We saw their relationship. And this is something that actually went beyond this partnership, protocol-based relationship. So we mentioned this native Europe term, and Poland has become a real brother of Ukraine in the most difficult times. And at the same time, we know that there are different historical episodes between Ukraine and Russia. I'm not a historian, and I think we'll need more time to discuss these topics. But in Ukraine, we probably have not fully understood how Poland has become so efficient in assisting Ukraine. So does it mean we can talk about new type of brotherhood between the Polish people and Ukrainian people?
Absolutely new realities we are now. Some of them have roots in the past, in our complex traditions. But one thing maybe I would like to say, which is a little bit far from Polish-Ukrainian relationships, but we had few years before till now a big problem with another eastern border with Belarus. And this exam of receiving immigrants, refugees from Far East countries, from Afghanistan, Syria, Africa, was not done well by us. And it was manipulated also by our politicians, that these are the danger others. And our state policy was very cruel and still is toward them. And why I'm saying about this? Because I think that something, even if you are supporting these politicians, as a citizen, you feel something wrong happen in your heart. That it is a kind of injustice. You see children, women, being pushed, through this border with cruelty and so on. It's not possible to like it, even if ideologically you may agree that it is, for our safety and so on. So there is in your subconscious, there is something what went wrong. And then appeared Polish-Ukrainian border. And suddenly we could do something good. We could pass the exam. We could show our better face as a society, yes, to you. So this is one reason that we are beneficial of this complex situation on our borders. But of course, there are other reasons to that. And I would mention one, which is not only about Polish reaction to what's going on in Ukraine, but even broader. You invented, in my mind, a new word into our civilization. Once we had a human rights, an English invention. Today we have peremocha. When I have lectures, when I speak, even yesterday for New York students from New School, PhD students, I was telling to them, don't tell victory. Please learn this word peremocha, because then you will better understand what's going on in this word. The peremocha you invented is revolutionary for all our world, also in Poland. All my life, Tatiana, I spent for experiencing defeat in peacemaking process. There were a lot of compromises, injustice to to impose peace to the people, you know, which was unjustful, which was not solving anything, but it was compromise to have peacefulness, you know, on our Western side. You know, there was a connection between peacefulness and peacemaking. Yeah, so let's do peace, and we will have peacefulness in our countries. Doesn't matter what really happened with these people. Yes, and suddenly there is a European nation, European country, which did not agree and comfort on that stake. No peace. Peremocha. Yeah, we are not fighting for another kind of compromise and conformism, facing the evil of the empire regime and so on, but we are ready to sacrifice lives of our people, the pain of our state, but we will fight for Peremocha. This is absolutely revolutionary. This is a new, something absolutely new in our world, because it means that something what, you know, and it is deeply also in our cultures, in Polish culture, for example, you know, this belief that you may fight, yes, even, but you will not achieve Peremocha. Yeah, it was, for example, Warsaw Uprising, which is so crucial for our national memory, yes, but we didn't make Peremocha. Yes, it was this belief. Okay, you are sacrifices your life, or maybe we shouldn't. Yes, because it's just aberration and sending people just for death. That was, for example, Miłosz's position. Yes, at the time. But then the belief is that the victory is possible only in heaven, in another world. And if victory is possible in the other world, it means that you are not responsible for solving issues in your real life. You know, that's something you can postpone. You can say, okay, we are on the good side. That's what we liked in the West for many decades. You know, that we were on the good side, on the human rights side, or the moral values, but we were defeated all the time. Yeah, and suddenly we are facing situations that you, Ukrainians, you are not comforted to be on the good side. You are struggling for Peremocha. Really, it is a huge cultural shift in our culture, and with many consequences. For example, what we are talking about, Central Europe culture and so on, it means that we somehow are obliged to believe that we can solve this problem here and now. Yes, that we are somehow delegated to do it, yet in real, not to put it aside or postpone and so on. So it brings a really new way of thinking, new perspective about Europe, about Central Europe, all issues. Think about that. You are really, I mean, Ukrainians, you are really invented something very crucial for our future, because from that moment, I believe, of course, I'm not an idealist. I can imagine, and you understand from inside better, that this Peremocha will cost more and more, and there will be probably not just one moment like yesterday what was in Kherson, yes, that we really can see this crazy night that it happened, yes. Probably, I wish you to have this kind of Peremocha, that there will be one day who will end everything, you know, but it could take some time, some more effort, some more difficult situations, and so on. But the major thing, the most important thing is that we are, thanks to you, on that track. Yes, that I'm working with my people in Poland, working with my friends in Western Europe and so on. I'm trying all the time to convince them that they should think about helping Ukraine, not in terms of just ending as soon as possible this war, but to help you to make Peremocha real. And it is absolutely different thing to think about that. So just to end this question, we start to, in Poland, you know, this attitude to our guests from Ukraine is also about this, that we have fighters. You know, in our country, we can host them, help them, but we see them as fighters of something what with is deeply like our dream in our psyche, you know, to have the chance to fight like that.
Дуже дякую. Це дуже потужна ідея.
Thank you very much. Very powerful idea. And we can only agree with the statement that Ukrainians want to have victory. But it does not exclude the fact that we want to have peace. We want to have peace through victory. We want to have this peace to be justful. Peace is not the means. Victory is a means for us to achieve peace, because Ukrainians never want to have any war. We want to restore justice, and we want to stop and terminate this everlasting circle of crimes which are not punished. We would like to stop the point when aggressor, for example, Russia, behaves as if it has the right to do this, and nobody else can stop it because all the others are minors. We are minor in terms of our size as a country. We are minor in terms of the number of population. We are minor in terms of our weapons, but we definitely have here the opposition between minor and between somebody small and somebody big. But the key point is to have the right idea, to be on the side of good and to get some justice. But, well, you call the word перемога. I'm just enchanted with this word. You think it is very poetic and deep meaning. But I immediately remembered one dangerous thing. This is some victory absurd, some victory mania, which they use in Russia. This term is very popular with them. And this Victoria mania actually was very enhanced during the recent years. These St. George ribbons and their slogan, we can repeat it. So what can be repeated? They're fighting the Nazism, which does not exist, but they still see it. And on the 24th of November, Putin has said that this is denazification of Ukraine. So they live in the past. And the question is to Alvidas. In your opinion, you are a historian. You know how these processes happen. So how can we avoid, after we have our victory, and we do believe in our victory, so how can we avoid this like termination of history, and how can we avoid being overwhelmed with this myth as Russians? Well, answering to this question, I would like to come back to the previous question to Krzysztof. Because in your question to Krzysztof, there is the answer to the question you have just posed to me. For a long period of time, it was so that actually during the 20th century, the people, the Lithuanians, hated the most were the Poles. Well, we really hated the Poles very much. And there were lots of bad things happening to us in 1940s before the before the Soviet occupation took place, there were some considerations that probably the Russian occupation is better, but the most important is to avoid Polish occupation or Polish confrontation. Then there was the German occupation, then there was once again the Soviet occupation, there were the partisan movement, and they also were keen on the idea that it's necessary to organize the rebellion, but part of our army should be sent to the border with Poland, because the Poles are our evil greatest enemies. And it was practically after 1990s, after we become independent. And for a long period of time, we did not understand what happened to Poland after the Second World War, how the Polish society has changed. And in my opinion as a historian, I think that Poland has made several very important things that actually changed Poland itself, and these things enable us to have a look at Poland as a model of Europe.
And all the answers will be interconnected, but actually the first answer about the first lesson that was learned and by the intellectuals was that the reason for the loss of independence of Poland lies, among other things, in the fact that it was always quarreling with its neighbors like Belarus, Lithuania, Ukraine, and they persuaded the society that Poland should never repeat such mistakes. I think that even such cultural phenomena that are important for our region in general, like creation of the Borderland Foundation, Krzysztof is the head of, originated from the fact that Polish people thought that they should never repeat the mistakes of the interwar period. And besides that, some important political doctrines of Polish emigres had something to do with this. Jerzy Gadowicz and we know that his native place is in Lithuania. He belongs to us. He belongs to you as well, and he's also a Belarus man. So he has a lot of nationalities in his origin, but he has told the Polish people a thing we should also memorize. He said that without free and democratic Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, Poland cannot be independent. So that opinion actually added up to the striving never to repeat the mistakes of the interwar period. It was a very important idea. But the other point that is also important is related to the topic of Ruski Mir or Pax Russica. And let me use the term which has nothing to do with Ruski Mir. Let's call it Polish Mir or Polish world. Nothing to do with the notion of Russians, but he also spoke about this. He said that Polish people should forget that Lviv actually belonged to Poland one day, but he also mentioned that
it's not just about Russians having their historical imperialism, but about Polish people also having their historical imperialism. And I can add it that Lithuanians also have some elements of imperialism. And he mentioned that to reach this goal for Ukraine, Lithuania, Belarus, and Poland to be able to coexist, we need to overcome this historical imperialism or create such cultural conditions for people where everyone could feel being unequals with others. When this concept of small Europe would play a major role. You know, it played an important role at the beginning of the war, and I think that this is probably even the future model. But it will be our task to implement this model, to bring it into life, because all the support and all the likings are sometimes temporary. So we need to have them rooted for them to become a constant element of our ongoing future policy. Thank you, Alvidas. This is a very important remark. And let's go back to Volodymyr. So this idea of time stopped about the past, about the future, we often discuss with you these topics. What kind of time do we have during the war? What do we mean by the notion of historical time? And we often claim that Russia is doomed not only because of the vision of this notion of unpunished aggression, a crime without punishment, or aggression. Alvidas will probably correct us, but we think that this last empire is doomed to collapse. So unlike Russia, Ukraine, as many other countries of Central and Central Eastern Europe, is focusing not the past. Alvidas has mentioned that Poland is learning the lessons of the past. And, you know, all nations have some problems in the past, and they learn the lessons, but are focused on the future. So Ukraine is not very much fond of recalling the things from the past. There have been a lot of tragic things, let's say the 20th century, the Holodomor, and millions of victims. This is Volodymyr's key statement, favorite statement, that we cannot say that make Ukraine great again, because we don't have a lot of things in the past, and we are not striving for, we may repeat. So the question is to you, philosopher, and philosophers do focus on the future. So what about those common dreams of Ukrainians and Polish people, Lithuanian people, in other nations of Central Native Europe? How could they all become the key to changes in the situation in the region and the key to Russia's defeat? So you want me to play the role of Cassandra, a kind of a prophet? It seems to me that, well, first of all, we still need to look into the past, to look in retrospect, to understand what our future could be like. And one thing I keep telling my friends in Europe, and I would also like to take Krzysztof's topic of victory and continue with that. It seems to me a great mistake of Western Europe after World War II lied in the fact that two fundamentals of the European civilization, this is Agora and Agon images. Agora as a place where you meet to exchange things, to exchange ideas, emotions, experiences, and stories. And by the way, Maidan is a very interesting thing because it is Agora and Agon, two in one. And Agora is a kind of a market square where you exchange ideas, and it's a win-win situation. Everybody wins. And Agon is a place where you are either defeated or you win. There could be no compromise. You should be a fighter. So these two key notions from the old Greek, ancient Greek history actually predetermined what Europe is like. On the one hand, that is the knight or soldier ethos. When I mean the knight, I don't always mean that this is positive, by the way. And on the other hand, we had this exchange bourgeois ethos. And in the 20th century, we saw what the centuries one or after World Two, the idea of ideas of Habermas, the idea of indefinite dialogue, the idea that you can be letting anyone into your dialogue. And Habermas probably tended to forget the Dr. Faust legend, the key legend of the German culture, that you cannot have a dialogue with the devil. You cannot have any commercial relationship with the evil. And it seems to me that Ukrainians, in a way, are taking this idea back, the idea of some balance between the ethics of Agora and the ethics of Agon. And Krzysztof has helped me a lot because Maidan is a combination of both. And we don't have to romanticize this Agon ethics, because if we ground our society only on Agon's ethics, that was already done by radicals in the 20s, in the 30s, primarily in Italy. Italian fascism was rooted in this idea that all this bourgeoisie wealth should be rejected. We should be fighting the society of fighters and warriors. And it happened so in Romania as well. Yes, if you're grounding the society only on the dialogue, on the agora ethics, there comes a point of time when you start compromising with Putin. You think that you can actually milden his effect, this effect of the evil through economic relationship. I think that for the future we should be looking for this balance. This is one of the things we should take care and think. The other thing is that over the recent decades, Europe has been falling down to the level when it thinks that totalitarianism is much better than democracy. I felt this, in particular during the COVID-19 pandemic. You have heard these Western discussions, how bad the European society is in coping with this problem. Let's have a look at some authoritarian societies that are doing this much better. It seems to me it's much more dangerous, because finally we have seen that democratic societies have found good solutions, and our war shows that democracy, whenever it has teeth, why its principles of decentralization, individual initiative, flexibility is stronger than totalitarianism, that all hierarchy is. That's why that is the future. We should get back to the trust and confidence of democracy into itself. And here is another element, and the third thing, which is probably too distant. It seems to be something very much remote. But anyway, what is a very prominent characteristics of the Ukrainian culture? That's the thing, that we don't have a conflict between tradition and contemporaneity like they have in other cultures. All our key modernists at the same time revive our traditions. Our art avant-garde has been the dialogue with tradition. Our modern music is the work balancing between modernity and tradition. That's of interest, because the future of the world lies in the compromise between the contemporaneity and tradition, in particular as far as communication with the environment is concerned, because traditional societies consider nature to be a subject entity. Modern societies consider nature to be the object, and the future should have this balance where nature is at the same time the subject entity, but we can use it only through modern science or modern technologies. I don't know whether Ukrainians can really be helpful in this, but The fact is that we at least don't have this conflict in our society. And by the way, Askольд Melnichuk, an American writer of Ukrainian origin, has sent me his article about Lesa Ukrainka, where he calls her for his song an environmentalist poem. It seems to me it's very interesting. This is eco-literature. It seems to me that we have a lot of such things in the Ukrainian literature, and that is the point of contact, which is our strength. Thanks a lot, Volodymyr. That is a rather global view of what the future could be like. We want this to happen, and dreaming is a very good and important thing, and people of culture do understand this. Maybe it's a little bit unpractical approach as people immersed into reality think, but without dreams we cannot imagine the future, and it's important to speak about these echo things. You understand the irony of the situation. We are talking this in the moment of time when Russian troops are destroying not only human lives in Ukraine, but the environment. You imagine what kind of damages have been inflicted over the recent 8 or 9 months, and how much nature has been affected, and how many years this demining and cleaning will take place, cleaning off the earth from corpses of dead Russian soldiers. But at the same time, we need to think about the future, because otherwise it would be senseless. Krzysztof, here is a question to you. I think that we generally find some common language concerning the characteristics of the space we want to call central or native or family Europe. We've got a more or less common vision of what it should look like, but I'm still interested in the borders and the borderlines. Taking into account what we have in the East now, this awful empire, and taking into account all the crimes that are being committed, where, as you think, should be the borderline today or in the future of the European civilization, and what would be the place for Russia here?
I would say about the borders that the borderland concept coming to the beginning of our discussion is not about erasing borders. Although when you see it from the Kremlin perspective, it sounds danger, of course. But in fact, this is what I wanted also to say, because maybe you could understood my remarks on Europe as a cultural project, you know, that it goes beyond national culture, so it means that it puts aside national cultures. Not at all. This is not about the borderland concept. Yes, which sometimes we have with Western view on that, because this is from that side, it's much easier to think about the raising borders, about building universum without any strong differences and so on. I don't believe in that concept. I believe that you should respect borders. You know, you should fight on them. I think that Ukrainians, because they are sacrificing their life for defend culture, they have credibility to apply for Europe as a cultural project. It is this connection, you know, that it is very much connected, you know, so it means that the culture is like your life, you know, you have your shore of the river, and then you are ready to build a bridge. Yeah, bridge is coming to the borders. Is not about only this beautiful, fragile arch between, which we like to see. Bridges also to be grounded strongly on the shore, yes, and that gives you the possibility to cross. Yeah, so in fact, in the future, I believe our life will be art of crossing, not erasing borders. Yeah, that you should gain this competence of crossing the borders, so to coexist with differences And how I said, is somehow going back to what Volodymyr was saying about Agora and Maidan, because you see, when you see the city like Uzhhorod, yes, or Sarajevo, to give you this concept, because that was another war about destruction of Agora. In fact, you know, the main enemy for people like Karadzic or Milosevic in former Yugoslavia, there were no other ethnic groups. There were people who defended Agora. They called them Sarajla in Sarajevo. So you had this concept of that you can be a citizen of Mahala, different kind. A Latin one, Catholic, Orthodox, Jewish, Roma Gypsy, Austrian, and so on. But you have Charshia, you have Agora, and you can be also citizen of Agora at the same time. Yeah, and Agora is strong and rich because of many mahalas around. Yes, so there is no potential rich Agora without all that. Yes, but you can multiply your identity or belonging to these two levels. You can be loyal and faithful to your Mahala, but at the same time you take responsibility as Agora man, person for the whole city. Yes, because it is yours. Like I gave you this example from Uzhhorod today, the person who belongs, that all this belongs to him, although it is different in culture, in language, and so on. That's something what I believe in future we should gain. Yes, in our culture, education, policy making, and so on. And I was really curious, and with big admiration I was hearing the previous panel about the health, because I like this language, you know, that we need new competences, we need to build new centers, we need to build new institutions, and everything. The same, I believe, is about Central Europe. If we want to have Rodzinna Europa, Rodzinna Europa, we should build institutions. We should have to have new competences. We should be multidisciplinary in our attitudes, so it should go across disciplines. So you should invent it in our universities, in our schools, in our culture projects, and so on, because it's daily, organic, grassroots kind of work, because otherwise there is no way to build common Europe, you know, Rodzinna Europa from above, from the big centers. Because again, you will have a new Drużba Narodów, new ideological concepts, yes? If it will not go to real life, small homelands, regions, districts, and everything to schools, there just will be artificial, you know, so to speak. You may say, and you may say that it could be, you know, it could sound idealistic. Many people, you know, it was main attack to Central Europe ideas, that it is so idealistic. You know, that it believes that we can live together, you know, and embrace the whole heritage of multicultural thing. But I think, in fact, you know, these people who are against it, sometimes they pretend to be rationalist. Strong nationalists, fascists, you know, right? That's like how Nazism was imposed, you know, that they stay on the ground of some fears people have, yes? And we can play on that. But in fact, they became to be irrationalists. Nothing rational was because it was an ideology. So saying that, I believe that really at the bottom of our heart, there is a need to cross to the other side, to bridge, to establish coexistence relationship. This is a nature of our existence, of our life. If you try to prevent it, if you try to stop it, it means that something goes against the spontaneous feeling of our heart, of our, you know, needs, and so on. The question is, do we have tools for that? Do we believe in that enough strong? Yes, can we fight to the end, to the peremocha for that? Yes, absolutely agreed, Tatiana, that we should defend all possible ways each life. Yes, so this is not peremocha concept for me. Absolutely, is not about rejecting peace in terms that we send people for death without any responsibility and so on. Not at all, and that's not Ukraine for me. That's Russia for me. Yeah, Ukraine for me is that you care and you love each one, each child. So coming to literature, you know how you have this concept of Ivan Karamazov, child's tear. Yes, when he, because he sees suffering of innocent child, for him it becomes a huge abstract to say no to God, yes, and give back him a ticket to paradise and become nihilist. So in reaction, he becomes nihilist, which means it doesn't matter about these children, about poorness, about some caritative actions you develop to defend lives and to improve them. No, it is just an abstract idea. For me, Ukraine is a country who cares about each child, each person, each individual. When we heard Olesia at the first opening speech, I had a feeling that I confront the person who cares about each individual story, life, and everything. And this is Central Europe for me also. This respect for small, from details, for crumbs, from the big center, from big empire, it doesn't matter. Yeah? There is a disrespect to any what is small and little. No, Central Europe is doing in contrary. The small matters. The small is something what we should respect.
Дуже дякую, Кшиштоф. Дуже відгукується мені те, що ви говорите. Дуже погоджуюся так, і воно є якось.
Thank you, Krzysztof. I like what you have said, and I feel that you are emotional, and really every life matters. And here is the last question, the question to Alvydas, which is related probably to the part Krzysztof has not answered. I also wanted to hear, and probably I will hear it from Alvydas. And this perfect world you are describing and to which we belong, where does it end up? You remember, even before the war, I remember those discussions about Europe from Lisbon to Vladivostok, and these were Germans saying this, there were French people saying this. And the day before yesterday, I had a talk with the French diplomat who told me that the Western Europe, in particular France, feel guilty of this war because they consider that lack of inclusivity in Europe in terms of their attitude to Russia has led to this war. They have not integrated Russia enough, and Russia has become so much aggressive and is taking revenge. So they're trying to shift the blame onto their shoulders. This tyranny of repentance, it's there. They say that they are to blame for Russians killing Ukrainian children. That was just the day before yesterday. And that was a young diplomat, a young person who seemingly should already stop thinking in those cliches. So Alvydas, where is the end of this world? And where there starts this world of tyranny, a lack of democracy, alternative structure? You have asked this question, but if you asked me about this before the beginning of the war, I would have given the following answer, that I think that probably this civilization coincides with the borders of Ukraine, but I'm not sure. Of course, the factor of Russia used to be and remains very important. Let me give the following answer to this question for you not to think that I have become, that I used to be a Russophobe, and that I have rejected some of the things I used to do. You know, for 10 years, I was the co-chairperson of the Lithuanian-Russian Joint Commission of Historians, and we were also trying to look for some ways for approximation, for overcoming of our past. But this commission was considered to be rather successful. We did a lot of things, we had a lot of achievements, and I could see the opportunities of our joint work being narrowed all the time. And I personally said that this work is no longer possible I said this in 2014. That was like the key point of time for me. But I would also give some extended answer based on some of my research of the culture of memory of Russia, in Russia. And the answer here is going beyond the framework of just culture of memory, because in Russia, till 2014, we saw the fight of two camps. Those supporting the West. This is the movement that was launched back in the 19th century. Then it was reshaped. But the major difference was that what is important for the Russian society, be it a citizen or a state. So it was between supporters of the West and Slavophiles. And if we have a look at the times of Perestroika and some other period of Yeltsin's rule, we could see that for a short period of time, unfortunately, supporters of the society being more important than the state one. But this group then lost. And I think that probably this fight inside Russia between the supporters of the West and Slavophiles will continue in the 21st century. But I also think that now, after what Russians have done to Ukraine, we just cannot put up with such a situation. We cannot tolerate this situation. Like, we cannot say that, let Russia stay whatever it is. And we will probably think about some new Nuremberg trial, because the issue of justice will be raised, and that will be a chance for Russia as well. There is also another alternative, which is gaining popularity in the West. This is the statement that we cannot export democracy, because that is also aggression, that is imposing some things. So if we do not reach complete justice, I just don't see any other way than complete isolation of Russia from what we call our Europe, and let them live their own life in their Ruski Mir. I think that every nation has the right to learn the lessons from the past. Germans have done this very well. And after 100 years I thought that we could have the war between some Asian countries, and some of them will be for democracy, some of them will be for authoritarian regime, and the democratic side will have to convince Russia to supply more weapons to this democratic side for Russia to be more engaged in the war, for it to be more active in the military sense, in the military respect. But that is my dream about Russia in some 100 years, judging by what has happened to Germany. But you know, if the lessons are not learned as they were learned by Germany, this will not happen. And then our civilization will never reach Vladivostok. It will be somewhere within the borders of finishing in Donetsk region. Thank you, Alvidas. From our Ukrainian prospects, we also think that unfortunately the second option you have described is much more likely with isolation. Thanks a lot to all our speakers for a very interesting discussion. I don't know whether it has been interesting for the audience, but it has been interesting for us. Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, the audience, for listening to us. We're also grateful to our speakers and to the facilitator for this final point of our forum. Forum Reopen Zakarpattia for 3 years has been established by the NGO, the Institute for Central European Strategy. And to conclude, let me give the floor to the director of the organization, Dmytro Tozhansky. Well, that is going to be a quick speech because we are all crying, we are all in tears of joy for Kherson. So just a couple of words. A year ago, when we announced the third Reopen Zakarpattia Forum, we had very ambitious plans. We even started implementing them ahead of time. But then there came brutal Russian invasion. And, you know, we were hesitating. Yes, we had the luxury of hesitating whether to hold this year's forum or no, whether it would be relevant. But now, summing it all up, I have no doubt left, and our team definitely has no doubt left that it has been expedient, because the quality and the level of the discussion shows this. The composition of speakers, their dedication shows this. And now I can tell 100% sure that this has been expedient. The mayors of 3 cities have agreed that 200 children of Ukrainian servicemen will have rehabilitation courses abroad. Thanks to our partners, to businesses we have long been working with, we have managed to raise 215,000 hryvnias for the needs of the armed forces of Ukraine. And you should have seen the faces of the people who helped us do this. They were absolutely happy. And some money has been brought personally by our Polish friend from Poland. And within this event, Hungarian and French pacifists have been donating for the needs of the armed forces of Ukraine. So the forum has really been relevant. We will definitely meet in a year's time, and we are really grateful to all our partners for years of supporting us, and we hope for further cooperation. And in a year's time, we hope to reopen Zakarpattia, Ukraine, and the whole of Europe. Thanks a lot to everyone, and glory to Ukraine.